Grigory Gusakov and Anatoly Kornev, both age 10, tiptoed through the dark, deep woods bordering their quaint Russian village of Obrechenye. The year was 1990, a turbulent time for the people of Russia, seeing as the Soviet Union was on the precipice of collapse. But for these two young boys, global geopolitics was the last thing on their minds. They were too busy hunting for the legendary monstrous witch, known only as Baba Yaga. For those in our audience who grew up in Eastern Europe, or those at least decently familiar with Slavic folklore and/or the John Wick film series, mention of the name Baba Yaga likely sends a slight chill down your spine. And if it doesn't, just wait. By the end of this video, you'll be afraid to go into the woods alone. Not that going with others would save you, as poor little Grigory and Anatoly were about to find out the hard way. They forged on through those witchy woods. By our standards, the boys were tough and headstrong. After all, the Russian wilderness could be a brutal place to grow up, and in a town like Obrechenye, the old ways of stoicism and perseverance were prized over fear and caution. All except for one particular area, the supernatural. Like many small villages all over the world at every point in history, Obrechenye had its fair share of local superstitions. Chief among them was the belief that the local forest was enchanted, and that when people wandered in among the trees, many of them would never return. They would fall into the gnarled clutches of the carnivorous witch Baba Yaga, and their bones would lay among the roots and dead leaves until they someday crumbled into dust. It was starting to get dark out. When the two boys had first set off, it had been with the intention of proving their mettle among the other local children. They didn't fear Baba Yaga. The old witch in the woods was just another fairy story meant to frighten children, and they weren't children anymore, though they would never live to be men. It wasn't long before they were beyond the point of no return. Which way was out and which way was further in? It hardly mattered anymore, as carrion birds cawed far above. The bravado that put them here was starting to falter now, but neither dared show it. They'd rather be put in mortal peril than show fear in front of one another. Was something moving in the distant shadows? A thin, twisted human figure, impossible to make out save for the faint glow of its eyes in the gathering dark. They couldn't tell what was real, and what was their mind playing cruel tricks on them. A hoarse whisper issued through the brittle trees in the moments that followed. It was an ancient voice, a voice that had echoed in the nightmares of generations, a voice that had seen centuries. It spoke in an older Russian dialect that neither of the young boys could understand, but somehow, the essence of its message still rung clear in their hearts and minds.
Welcome, little children, to my forest. Here your lives are forfeit. You are my property. I look forward to chewing the tender meat of your young bones.
That was all they needed to hear to start running. Grigory and Anatoly turned and fled, screaming for help into the darkness of the forest. Both gasped as they ran through what seemed to be a giant spiderweb. They spat and spluttered, trying to swat away the silky strands as they ran from the voice. Little did they know, what they'd just run through was no spiderweb. They tried to press on, but their footsteps slowed. The forest was changing around them, twisting, shifting, sparkling. What had seemed terrifying before was suddenly, oddly, beautiful. The two boys just stood and watched as the forest turned into a gorgeous Technicolor light show, unlike anything they'd ever seen before. Strange figures hopped and danced through the foliage. One tall figure approached them out of the trees, a beautiful, fair-haired maiden. The two boys were entranced by her, their hearts filled with pure golden light. Why were they running before? They couldn't even remember. They just smiled as the woman approached them in her long, flowing dress, smiling back. She was like something out of a fairy tale. They didn't react. They didn't even realize what was happening as the jaws of the horrible, ancient old crone closed around their skulls for the last time. Grigory and Anatoly were never seen again. Just another two children gone missing in the woods. the latest entries on a long list of tragedies to hit the village of Obrichenyi, but they were also the straws that broke the camel's back. The villagers were sick of living in fear under the fabled witch. They would have their revenge. The men of the village gathered up their weapons and formed a hunting party. Guns, torches, knives, axes, and fury. They would slay the beast that had taken so many of their friends and their children in the woods. As soon as their forces were assembled, they charged into the forest looking for blood. With their numerical advantage and single-minded determination, it didn't take them long to find the monster in the woods. She was every bit as hideous and nightmarish as they had anticipated. A gnarled, snarling crone with long-clawed fingers and dirty fangs. They got her in their sights and prepared to open fire, but none of them were ready for Baba Yaga's counteroffensive. She moved like a leaf in a strong wind, swift and effortless. The men who'd made the mistake of getting too close to her with knives and axes tasted her terrible wrath. She tore through them with claws like iron, sank her fangs into their flesh, lifted and tossed them like rag dolls. How could she be so fast and so strong? The men were terrified. This was no mere woman. It was a true monster squeezed into a barely human form. By the time the creature was finally incapacitated, it'd taken countless bullets and strikes. How any creature could survive such an assault was unimaginable. Several members of the hunting party were dead by this point. Others had been overtaken by a strange form of madness. A couple of them had been given to constant giggling fits or were speaking long strings of nonsense. Others had been rendered entirely catatonic by the experience. It was clear that the witch had powers beyond their understanding. They needed to return it to the village and destroy it as quickly as possible. The monster was bound and dragged back to Obrichenyi. After seeing how it bewitched some of the men, they avoided direct contact whenever possible. They would do everything they could to see justice done. Of course, there would be no due process for Baba Yaga. The violence that had erupted in the forest was more than enough proof to justify the beast's immediate death sentence. The local priest gave a prayer, though he remarked that he was sure this monster was the creation and servant of the devil, and the execution commenced. A local used a blessed sword, anointed with holy water, to hack off the Baba Yaga's head. Its body was shot several times for good measure, and it was finally doused in gasoline and set on fire. The remains were buried just outside the village limits, hoping that the Baba Yaga's evil wouldn't continue to haunt their town, even in death. Isolated villages in the Russian steppe aren't famous for their communication with outsiders, especially back in 1990 when the Soviet Union was still clinging on to control and the internet was still in its infancy. It took a few weeks for news of a village capturing a so-called local witch to reach the SCP Foundation. After closely studying the peculiar disappearance records in the area, they sent over a detachment of field agents to investigate, and perhaps conduct a few interviews with the locals. They had no way of knowing there wouldn't be any left by the time they arrived. When the field agents reached Obrichenyi, it was already a ghost town. Not a single survivor was found, only the evidence of fresh carnage. Desiccated bodies were found in some of the village's houses, in others only body parts. A hole in the ground next to the village seemed to show evidence of some subterranean creature clawing its way back up to the top. Whatever this creature was, it clearly crawled back up from the earth and exacted bloody revenge against those who had buried it. Blood trails from some of the bodies leading back into the woods made it clear where the creature had fled to after massacring the entire village. Given the sudden increase in the situation's severity, Mobile Task Force Epsilon 6, aka the Village Idiots, were brought in to apprehend the fugitive witch. But much like the literal village idiots that had come before them, this MTF had no idea what they were up against. They entered the forest outside Obrichenyi with superior tactics and weaponry to the villagers, with orders to contain the creature at all costs. They didn't exactly know what they were searching for in the dark amongst the trees, but when the first operatives laid eyes on the twisted old crone, they almost reflexively relaxed their guard. For some of the village idiots, this would be the last mistake they ever made. Some of the operatives began to feel funny. Much like Grigory, Anatoly, and some members of the hunting party, they began to see the forest warping and shifting around them. They giggled at all the funny colors and sighed, feeling an overwhelming sense of calmness and euphoria. It was honestly the best they'd felt in years. Perhaps they were wrong about hunting the witch in here. Maybe the real anomaly here was a Russian forest that made you feel awesome when you stepped inside. While the affected agents were giggling away in their own little la-la land, Baba Yaga was bringing the pain. With the same freakish speed, strength, and ferocity that had surprised the hunting party weeks earlier, the witch was tearing through MTF Epsilon 6, ripping through hardened tactical armor with her long claws and teeth. She took shot after shot, enough tranquilizer to put down an elephant, but she kept fighting. In the end, the training and numerical superiority of the task force won out. They were able to secure and contain the Baba Yaga, soon redesignated SCP-352, and take it to a nearby Foundation containment site for further studies. There they officially recorded all the details, from the creature's incredible speed and strength to its regenerative abilities so extensive that it could even survive being decapitated and burned. But what about the hallucinogenic effects? Like a hungry spider, the Baba Yaga's true power comes in her ability to spin a deadly web. Her body is able to produce long, thin, hair-like fibers, each one coated in powerful hallucinogenic enzymes that induce a sense of placid, euphoric stillness in its victims. When it isn't engaging multiple targets, the creature can sometimes take multiple days to consume a single, still living victim, taking them apart and eating them piece by piece. Speaking of eating, as you can probably imagine, in order to keep SCP-352 uneventfully contained, it's ideal to make sure it isn't hangry. In order to keep 352 well fed, they need to stock up on its favorite food, human flesh. Though specifically, 352 has a real hankering for babies. While the Foundation are currently exploring anomalous means of keeping the Baba Yaga fed, until those means are fully ironed out, they need to keep this monster fed the old-fashioned way, only ever withdrawing food as punishment if it attempts to breach containment. After all, there's a very good reason why parents and children across the Slavic world fear Baba Yaga. She's always hungry, and in the end, she always gets what she wants. It has been said that death is not the greatest of evils. Rather, it is to wish to die when one cannot. Imagine you are unable to die, never once aging for the rest of time. Sounds like it would be pretty neat, right? Everybody wants to live forever, but we rarely ever think about how traumatic it would be to achieve immortality. Picture all those future historical events you would live through, but think of everyone you would lose as well. All those loved ones that would grow old and pass away while you remain still, staying exactly the same forever, frozen. If you had a finite memory, it would be even worse. No matter who you lost, after centuries you would eventually forget them too. Their smiles, their laughs, every detail of them would be gone from you as you carry on living endlessly. Immortality would likely be a very lonely path, and nobody is a better example of that than SCP-1440, otherwise known as the Old Man from Nowhere. As the nickname describes, SCP-1440 appears, at least at first glance, to be a man of unknown age and ethnicity. SCP-1440 is currently uncontained, but also is not considered hostile or actively evil by the SCP Foundation. Mostly he spends his days wandering the wilderness on his own. On the few instances he has crossed paths with the Foundation, when questioned about his name or where he was born, the old man will refuse to answer. It is not clear if this is because he does not want to divulge personal information about his origins, or if he simply doesn't have answers to those questions. Eyewitness accounts have described the Old Man from Nowhere as looking like an elderly gentleman, approximately 80 years old. However, descriptions of him have not changed at all in the 50 years since SCP-1440's existence was first brought to the Foundation's attention, with him always being described as looking the same way without changing. And there's only one conclusion we can land on from there. SCP-1440 does not age. So you may be wondering, is that it? Is SCP-1440 just an immortal wanderer, a rambling old man who is destined to keep on living long after all of us are dead? Not quite. In fact, that's barely the tip of the proverbial iceberg. Each time that the Old Man from Nowhere comes into contact with a human population, or anything man-made at all, the rest of his anomalous nature is revealed. Not instantly, since he has to remain in contact with the population and stay close to them for a few days. Only then does this adverse effect on humanity and everything connected to it become more apparent. Should SCP-1440 dwell too close to people and man-made structures for any extended period of time, massively destructive events will begin to occur nearby. These events will continue to increase in size and scale, until everything in the immediate vicinity of the old man is dead and destroyed. Humans, buildings, vehicles, there is nothing left around him but total and utter devastation. All that survives is SCP-1440 himself, along with the clothes on his back, a sack he carries over one shoulder, a pack of playing cards, and the small glass that he keeps on his person at all times. Even though he causes disaster on a horrendous scale wherever he goes, SCP-1440 is not actively evil. The old man is fully aware of the effect he has when stationed too close to civilization for too long, but he doesn't create these destructive events by choice or out of malice for human beings. Death just seems to follow him, whether he wants it to or not. And it is for exactly this reason that he chooses a life of solitude, wandering from place to place with the intention of avoiding human contact for as long as he possibly can. Or at least, that is his intention. But SCP-1440 is unable to stay away for too long. The old man from nowhere suffers from a compulsion to travel in a strange, highly complicated pattern of movement. And despite their best efforts, the researchers of the SCP Foundation have been, thus far, unable to properly analyze this pattern. SCP-1440 literally cannot stop himself. He can't even provide any useful information about why he feels so compelled to travel in such a way, most likely because he is not even aware of it happening. But whatever the reason may be, the old man from nowhere will inevitably travel in his unpredictable patterns that always lead him towards civilization, where he will come into contact with people and ultimately cause their doom. It is due to his unintentional yet highly destructive capabilities that SCP-1440 remains uncontained by the SCP Foundation to this day. All previous attempts to contain him have resulted in catastrophic losses for the Foundation, both in resources and lives of personnel. Even so, the old man is far from hostile and shows no contempt towards human beings. He will even willingly and without resistance allow himself to be captured and subdued whenever the Foundation have attempted to contain him, though he seems to know that it's only a matter of time before everything around him is destroyed and he's forced to embark on his wandering path once again. SCP-1440 was first brought to the attention of the SCP Foundation over 50 years ago. During a commute to work, one of the Foundation's research staff was approached by an old man who appeared to be in his 80s and was asking for her help. When she asked what he needed help with, the man told her that he hoped that the SCP Foundation would be able to destroy him. Not only had he somehow learned the identity of this Foundation doctor and tracked her down, but SCP-1440 had sought out the Foundation so that they could bring an end to his immortal existence permanently. The Foundation had the old man from nowhere brought in for questioning at one of their secret facilities, a grave mistake. Before they could even attempt to theorize a way to terminate SCP-1440 as he requested, the SCP Foundation site was completely obliterated. Over 100 personnel were killed, and the loss of the facility also destroyed 6 safe and Euclid-class SCP objects. Ever since then, any attempt to contain the old man from nowhere has ended in much the same way, with hundreds dead and millions of dollars worth of property destruction. Until they have a surefire way of keeping SCP-1440 and his destructive power contained, their best option is to focus on observing him from a safe distance and trying to predict his travel pattern to steer him away from civilians. But still, the Foundation has persevered with capturing SCP-1440, even if only for brief periods of time. During this time, they have conducted numerous interviews, each time learning more and more about the aloof, elusive immortal and his various exploits over the centuries. Few records of these interviews have managed to survive the destructive power of the old man from nowhere's anomalous abilities. However, there exists one transcript, an interview from the Foundation's 4th attempt to contain SCP-1440 that was logged and saved to a remote server off-site. Before the interview had begun, SCP-1440's arrival to the area had already started to cause adverse effects of the Foundation staff. A number of personnel had reported experiencing severe headaches and nausea. Over the 2 days that followed, many of the site's water purification filters were found to be malfunctioning. Shortly after, a hangar at the site collapsed, killing several Foundation airmen. Additionally, a member of research personnel was found to have suffered a total collapse of both kidneys and lungs simultaneously, all despite having been in perfect physical health. SCP-1440, complying with the Foundation as he had before, sat down with the doctor to commence the interview. The old man was quick to praise the SCP Foundation for their continued efforts to capture and contain him, even though the previous 3 times had all ended catastrophically. He stated that he now knew the Foundation could not help him bring an end to his immortality, and that it was in their best interests to release him. SCP-1440 then warned the doctor that the first brother was standing behind them. During previous interviews, the old man from nowhere had made similar allusions to a group of brothers, 3 of them to be precise. This time he expanded a little on who these brothers were.
3, aye, different, but one and the same. All cruel, all vengeful, all capable of holding a grudge for a long time. They are the cause of my misfortune, and therefore the cause of yours.
It was at that moment that SCP-1440 seemed to notice something standing behind the doctor interviewing him, and warned that the second brother had now joined the first. He claimed that time was running out, and that the Foundation needed to release him for their own safety before it was too late. The doctor politely refused and inquired about the third brother. SCP-1440 seemed to describe an elusive figure who never appeared to him, but the old man from nowhere seemed to imply that one glimpse of this mysterious third brother would set him free. Perhaps he meant by curing his tortured immortality, or at least making it safe for SCP-1440 to be around people without causing their destruction.
The third never appears. In that he is crueler than both his brothers, for he knows his appearance is the only thing that will set me free. I have spent time untold searching for him, trying to return his prize and those I won from his brothers, but to no avail.
SCP-1440 remarked that the second brother had his hands on the doctor's shoulders, taking that as an omen of doom and the doctor's imminent death. The old man offered one final warning.
Should you choose to challenge death to a game of cards for your life, there is one thing you must never do: win.
At that precise moment, the nuclear device kept on site as a failsafe was activated, bypassing all security protocols and failsafes. The entire Foundation facility was destroyed, killing every single member of personnel in a quick instant of atomic obliteration. A week later, a figure was spotted over 3,000 kilometers away from the blast site. An old man who had suffered no apparent damage from the explosion or the fallout. It seems though his vague allusion to 3 brothers and card games that SCP-1440 gained his immortality from death itself, or rather a group of entities known as the Brothers' Death, although they have been referred to as countless names by cultures past and present across the world. Old Gods, the All-Death, Yulu, Yama, Siddhigarba. These 3 brothers are a lot more than just a trio of Grim Reapers collecting the souls of the dead. They are in fact responsible for the creation of everything that exists as we know it, governing all of reality and deciding when each part of it must come to its unavoidable end. It would appear that by challenging the brothers' death to a card game, SCP-1440 was cursed with his eternal lifespan, while also causing the deaths of thousands without choice or consent. The items that the old man carries are even the prizes of the brothers' death, won during the same card game. While limited in their uses, they are extremely powerful and can reduce the brothers' influence on the mortal coil. The glass cup holds the elixir of life, a single drop capable of curing the sickest men and saving them from the grip of death. The playing cards the old man keeps are the cards of fate, holding the power to challenge death's authority and alter fate, preventing wars, deaths, and calamities. Finally, the sack of all death, able to carry anything within it, including unspeakable catastrophes and even death itself. As human populations spread further into previously uninhabited areas, it's becoming harder for SCP-1440 to avoid contact with people. Drawn to them by his unstoppable compulsion, he continues to live out century after century spent causing destruction and death wherever he wanders to. Just pray that the old man never finds his way to your town. No matter how different we are from each other, everybody has a shadow. It is a constant companion, always with us no matter where we go. Unless where we go is in a room with all the lights off, of course. As a child, shadows seemed mysterious or even terrifying. But as we get older, we learn that shadows are nothing to be concerned about, just your body blocking light. Of course, at the SCP Foundation, nothing is what it seems, and a shadow is never just a shadow. Near an abandoned Air Force base in Afghanistan, nestled next to a set of human remains, the Foundation discovered an unusual object capable of turning a simple shadow into a prison. SCP-272 is an iron nail, 11.5 centimeters in length, covered in engravings of an unknown origin. The engravings have not yet been identified or traced to a specific civilization, but the research staff assigned to the object have described them as captivating but scary. It was discovered during a sweep pulled out of a rock face by a member of Foundation personnel. At first, he believed it to be an ordinary nail, until he dropped it. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, he was unable to move from the spot. He stood there calling out for help for 20 minutes before another member of personnel picked up the nail and he regained full range of motion. SCP-272, like many other objects in Foundation containment, is almost eerily mundane. Aside from the engravings on its surface, the nail looks like any other nail you might find scattered on the ground. Its true nature only reveals itself if you happen to drop it. Determined to learn more about the nail's properties, limitations, and potential unknown adverse effects, the Foundation conducted a series of experiments. The first experiment was conducted at the discovery site for SCP-272, the rock face in Afghanistan. A D-class referred to as D-272-01 was handed the nail and instructed to hammer it into his shadow in the area of his feet. Once the nail was 2/3 into the rock, 01 was no longer able to move. He attempted to run but could not lift his feet. He stood there sweating and immobile until he collapsed from heat stroke. At this point, a researcher intervened and attempted to carry the unconscious man out of the sun. No matter how hard they tried, his body could not be moved until they removed the nail. 01 was taken to a hospital and administered fluids and a medical exam, and testing was suspended for the day. After determining that the nail immobilizes its victims by trapping their shadows and them in place, the research team wanted to test the limitations of this effect. If the nail needs a shadow to work, then what happens when there is no shadow present? A new D-Class 02 was selected and brought into the same discovery site. This time, however, they went after dark at approximately 10 p.m. The nail was dropped at 02's feet and embedded itself in the earth without needing to be hammered. Then 02 was instructed to walk 10 meters away from the nail. He managed this easily with no adverse effects. The experiment was relatively uneventful until 02 attempted to flee the scene and was terminated for his escape attempt. The body was disposed of, and the research team made note of their findings. The nail does not work if the subject is not casting a shadow. So if total darkness kept the nail from working, and bright light meant it worked completely, what would happen if the light changed in the middle of the experiment? 2 hours before sunrise, the very same night, another D-Class was brought into the site. The subject, 03, was instructed to walk away from the nail in a straight line until he was told to stop. 2 hours later, when the sun came up, all hell broke loose. 03 was pulled into pieces as his body attempted to make its way back to the direction of the nail by any means necessary. His legs were yanked back towards the nail and were collected several feet from it. His torso, on the other hand, was located 106 meters away from the nail, with signs of road rash and severe trauma. 3 cleanup teams were required to remove all evidence of the carnage. The nail was removed to test facility 25-H, and the team decided to put an end to any further experimentation involving sunrise. Several lighting-based experiments followed the sunrise disaster, all with relatively uneventful findings. The research continued in this way until one member of the research team, Dr. Cho, posited a new question. What happens if the nail is embedded in 2 overlapping shadows? 2 other members of D-Class personnel, 04 and 05, were positioned under stadium lights so that their shadows overlapped. The nail was dropped onto a point where the shadows were on top of each other and promptly embedded itself in the ground. Both subjects were instructed to attempt to move away from the nail. 05 was completely trapped, unable to move her feet or walk away. Meanwhile, 04 was able to move freely with no consequences except for a feeling of a chill. So the nail is only able to hold one person at a time. in an attempt to see if there is a pattern present in terms of which person the nail will hold. If presented with multiple options, a follow-up experiment was conducted with 8 members of D-Class personnel, ranging in age from 18 to 59 years old. All 8 subjects were placed with their shadows overlapping, and the nail was dropped onto the point of overlap. The youngest subject, an 18-year-old boy, was held still by the nail. The other 7 test subjects let out a scream when the nail hit the ground, and were reported to shiver throughout the duration of the test. When the 18-year-old was taken out of the study and the experiment was repeated, the second youngest person in the group was held in place. The experiment was repeated 4 more times, removing a subject each time until subject 07 collapsed from hypothermia. The next experiment was conducted outside, in a grassy field near the test site. Subject 05 was placed on the grass and handed a shovel. Once the nail was firmly in the subject's shadow, she was instructed to dig it out of the dirt. 05 began digging and proceeded normally at first. After 90 seconds, however, she fell to the ground screaming in agony. A medic rushed to her side, but by the time he reached her side, she was already dead. An autopsy determined that subject 05 died of a cerebral hemorrhage with no clear physical cause, though it appears that the attempt to remove the nail is what killed her. The research team decided to take a break from human trials and take a closer look at the physical properties of the nail itself. What weaknesses did it have? Could it be destroyed? Subject 09 was given the nail and a collection of tools, then instructed to go to town on the object and attempt to destroy it. 09 placed the nail in a vise and attempted to go at it with an angle grinder. As soon as the grinder touched the nail, 09 fell to the ground seizing and speaking in tongues, hands pressed to his temples. 30 seconds later, he was dead from the same kind of cerebral hemorrhage that killed subject 05. Examination of the nail revealed a small amount of surface damage, showing that the nail likely can be destroyed, but is somehow able to defend itself against destruction. Regular human trials were resumed the next day, and Subject 10 was brought into the test facility. There, one stadium light was placed on a computer-controlled track, allowing the light to be shifted incrementally from a remote point outside of the room. The light was set up to cast a long shadow, and the nail was dropped into the shadow's head. Immediately, Subject 10 was unable to walk away from the nail, in keeping with the standard effects of SCP-272. Then the light was slowly raised, moving the shadow. The subject was dragged along as the shadow moved, as if yanked by his feet. He stumbled and had to work to regain his balance. Then the light was moved quickly. Again, the subject was dragged along with the motion of the shadow. However, due to the rapid pace of the light's motion, he was unable to keep his balance and fell to the floor, receiving scrapes, bruises, and mild road rash. Finally, in an attempt to see what might happen if the subject was unable to move even against his will, 10 was restrained. His feet were chained to the floor and a chicken wire screen was placed between him and the nail. Then the light was moved again. To the horror of the research team watching, these restraints did nothing to lessen the nail's hold on the subject. He was pulled forward violently, and the chains ripped from the floor and his body slowly forced itself through the chicken wire, landing on the other side in a pile of tiny pieces, like a potato shot through a tennis racket. No matter what is holding them down or what is in their way, a subject cannot escape the pull of their shadow or the prison of the nail. They will be bound to it, even if it kills them. Testing was temporarily suspended while a cleaning crew attended to the room, taking the rest of the day to get the bloodstains out of the concrete. The final experiment on record was conducted the following day. Subject D-272-04 was placed in the center of the room, with one stadium light casting his shadow at a 45-degree angle. The nail was dropped onto 04's shadow and he was held in place. Then the research team simply waited. Food and water was provided every few hours as well as a bucket to use as a bathroom. For the first 2 days, the subject seemed relatively normal, if exhausted and upset. On the third day, he did not respond to food or water when it was offered. After a week had passed, the subject began to speak in rapid manic screams of what was determined to be a dead language. By day 11, the subject was switching back and forth between bursts of intense ranting and a catatonic state. Finally, after 14 days pinned to the spot by the nail, Subject 04 was set free. As soon as the nail was removed, they began speaking English again. They were severely malnourished and visibly traumatized, but immediately began to recover once freed from the nail's hold. Portions of the subject's rants were recorded and translated by Dr. Kimuro, who attempted to interview the subject on the 14th day of the study. At one point, the subject said,
"I cannot sleep. The screams are heard. I am not warm. The shadow steals."
When asked how he was feeling, The subject began to tear at the skin on his arms and shout,
"I am the prisoner of my own foolishness! Let my flesh crumble like the apple whose ashes burn at my tongue!"
Not the most cheerful thing to hear, but not too out of the ordinary for a day's work at the SCP Foundation either. Following this experiment, human experimentation with SCP-272 was suspended until further notice. SCP-272 is kept in a small wooden box, hidden in a vault at Sector 25, because nothing happens to the object as long as it is left alone. No further containment procedures are considered necessary. When the nails were moved from containment for experimentation, staff have been instructed to take extra care not to drop it. SCP-272 is considered a safe class SCP due to its inability to act on its own. It does not appear to do anything when left alone. However, there is clearly a great deal more to that little nail than meets the eye. Somehow, it is able to wreak psychic havoc on those it traps, and on anyone who might try to harm it. The more we learn about the nature of SCP-272, the more questions crop up. Where did it come from? How does it get inside people's heads? What did Subject 04 mean by the shadow steals? We may never know. But if you find yourself picking up any strange nails one of these days, make sure you don't drop them. It has long been the mission of the SCP Foundation to secure and contain any anomalies they encounter, all to protect the safety of the human race. Sometimes containing an SCP is a trivial task, as simple as guarding a room or keeping an eye on an artifact with strange but mostly harmless properties. Other times, though, anomalies require a considerable number of the Foundation's personnel and resources to keep them under control. This latter category commonly includes some of the most dangerous creatures and entities that the SCP Foundation keeps under lock and key. However, while it might be only in very rare cases, every so often an SCP comes along with its very own built-in method of containment. This can often be the result of someone encountering an anomaly and discovering the perfect way of imprisoning it before the SCP Foundation comes along and steals all the credit. Undoubtedly, this makes the job of securing an anomaly all the easier for the Foundation's staff. After all, someone else has already done the hard part of the job for them. Or rather, it would make things easier if only the Foundation's own researchers chose not to interfere, and could leave a deadly threat kept safely in its box without trying to find out what makes it tick. SCP-5001 is, in some ways, a reminder that some things are best left alone, but it is also a grave warning not to tamper with that which you do not understand. Both of these lessons would soon be imparted on the SCP Foundation. Buried 60 kilometers below the ground in northern Russia is SCP-5001, a 53-kilometer wide structure. It is an enormous biomechanical machine, but to the untrained eye there is nothing anomalous about the object. And according to the Foundation's findings, this is indeed the case. There is nothing inherently anomalous about the structure itself. But there are a number of characteristics that seem to suggest it is, in some way, connected to anomalous phenomena. For one, there's the sheer scale of the structure, and then there's the records that were uncovered about SCP-5001, which appear to have been monitoring and tracking its status. Perhaps whoever constructed it or discovered it kept a record as they observed the structure. Nothing too out of the ordinary about that. But what's strange is that these date back to 11,000 BC. And yet were somehow made with modern systems of measurement. And other weirder documents have been recovered from inside of SCP-5001. Records written in languages from all over the world, and even some in languages lost to time. Among them are papers in Phoenician, Ancient Hebrew, both Ancient and Modern Greek, Latin, Anglo-Saxon, along with Modern Russian, English, and Mandarin. Some of these documents are even written in languages that the SCP Foundation's top researchers are yet to properly identify. The explanation for all this would seem obvious, wouldn't it? Writing in both ancient and contemporary languages, records that date all the way back to the last of the prehistoric era, it all seems to point in a certain direction. Somehow, SCP-5001 has a link to time travel. Perhaps it was even a hub for a group of time travelers, right? Wrong. The Foundation already thought that this might be the case and checked for any signs of temporal anomalies, and yet they found nothing. no evidence to suggest that there had ever been any time travel near or using SCP-5001. There were no devices on site that could affect time, and no traces of any residue or fallout from a temporal occurrence. So what exactly does this thing even do? Well, we're afraid to say the Foundation researchers have been stumped on the answer to that question too. And they are not the only ones either. Way back in the 50s, the GRU's Division P also had an interest in SCP-5001. For anyone who isn't already acquainted with them, they are one of the SCP Foundation's numerous groups of interest, a list of organizations, corporations, and agencies from around the world who have also had dealings with anomalies. In the case of GRU-P, they were originally a division of the Russian army during the Cold War. The specialty of GRU Division P was the acquisition of anomalous objects and entities. In other words, they were the Soviet Union's very own SCP Foundation. In 1953, GRU Division P was alerted to abnormal seismic activity in a narrow region of northern Russia. A team was immediately sent in to investigate and began attempting to take seismic measurements of the area in question. During their various experiments and tests, GRU Division P realized a discrepancy in their readings. Again and again, they checked and double-checked their results, only to discover that this reading wasn't the result of faulty equipment or even human error. There was something big nearby. What they hadn't yet realized was around 30 kilometers away, deep underground, was SCP-5001. Immediately, GRU Division P began drilling towards the location of SCP-5001, but for years found that they were unable to breach the exterior of the structure. Defeated, the project was abandoned in 1955. However, Soviet leader First Secretary Khrushchev seemed to have a vested interest in gaining access to SCP-5001. As a result, he privately funded the GRU Division P operation, allowing them to continue their work in secret for a number of years, from 1959 until Khrushchev was disposed in 1964. Of course, this was all during the height of the Cold War, but by the late 1960s, international relations between the Soviet Union and the United States of America were starting to ease. Thanks to the relaxing tensions, a contract was introduced allowing the two nations' secret organizations to work together on a number of operations involving potentially dangerous anomalies. This meant that the SCP Foundation was finally able to step in and contribute to the GRU Division P's project concerning SCP-5001. Their first task? Actually getting inside the subterranean structure. Naturally, given how well-versed the Foundation is in dealing with anomalies, they had ideas for how to crack this nut. By acquiring anomalous technology from the Global Occult Coalition, another group of interest, as well as experimental designs created by one Dr. Elijah Rachma, the SCP Foundation were finally able to breach the structure in 1971. From then until the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, the SCP Foundation and GRU Division P worked together to conduct a number of studies into the origin and purpose of SCP-5001. Both organizations were curious as to the technology the structure possessed, and attempts were even made to recreate some of the devices found within. Among this advanced technology were ontological stabilizers, also known as Scranton reality anchors, which are located around SCP-5001's inner chamber. These were designed to directly alter the amount of Humes in a given area. What's a Hume? Well, to keep it simple, a Hume is a measure of the reality around us. If it helps, imagine reality as a pile of sand. Now imagine that you remove a single grain of sand from the pile. Congratulations, you just removed one Hume from this reality. Taking one away doesn't really do much, but start grabbing handfuls and the pile gets smaller, scattered. Less a pile and more a light dusting of sand. Reality works the same way. Take too much away and it starts to lose whatever it was before. Being able to alter the amount of Humes in an area meant that these ontological stabilizers could alter the strength of reality itself, even nullify the reality-bending properties of some anomalies. In theory, an SCP with the power to influence reality could be contained using this technology. The effects of their abilities reduced significantly, although not negated entirely. Another noteworthy piece of technology uncovered was codenamed Omega. Omega was discovered in an unmarked room on a computer terminal that was connected to every area of SCP-5001 by dozens of cables. The software itself was an artificial intelligence construct, a computerized consciousness that seemed to serve the purpose of controlling the various systems within SCP-5001. The Omega seemed to work by providing an answer whenever someone used a keyboard to input a question. The artificial intelligence of Omega appeared able to hold a conversation, but would refuse to give any insight into when the SCP-5001 structure was built or what its purpose was. Despite neither group knowing what SCP-5001's function was, an agreement between the SCP Foundation and GRU Division P was formed. Both organizations shared the belief that Omega, the ontological stabilizers, as well as the other anomalous technologies could never, under any circumstances, be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. They had a pact to keep the knowledge of SCP-5001 and these devices strictly between themselves. However, this agreement was, sadly, not to last. In the early 90s, GRU Division P liquidated its assets and disbanded. A number of the Russian division's highest-ranking officers stole the anomalous technology that the organization had in its possession, which they then sold to Marshall Carter and Dark Limited. MC&D Ltd are yet another of the SCP Foundation's groups of interest. According to Foundation intelligence, Marshall Carter and Dark Limited is a London-based club that has caused numerous problems for the Foundation over the years. They have ties to wealthy figures across the globe and cater to the super-rich clientele by providing them with the most exclusive, expensive, and rare experiences available. How do they do this? By gathering the anomalous items and auctioning them off to the highest bidders. A number of GRU Division P operatives also joined up with the Chaos Insurgency. This is a group of interest that consists of personnel who previously worked for the Foundation, but have since broken away to pursue their own rogue agenda. Much like a number of other groups of interest, the insurgency uses anomalies and SCPs for their own benefit, as well as dabbling in a bit of arms dealing and the selling of highly classified intelligence. Hey, it's good to have a diverse portfolio. Despite former members of GRU Division P seeking alternative employment with some less than reputable groups, the SCP Foundation still managed to keep the existence and location of SCP-5001 a closely guarded secret. However, even with the structure fully under their control, their leading researchers were still baffled as to what exactly the purpose of the underground structure was, or rather, that was the case. On December 30th, 2019, an explosion erupted in the northeast sector of SCP-5001. The cause of the explosion was unknown, but the damage caused a tremendous and almost catastrophic loss of power. Whether the explosion had been triggered by one of the many groups of interest, like the former GRU Division P, or just a machinery malfunction, it almost caused the total destruction of SCP-5001. What would be so bad about that? Well, remember earlier when we said that every so often an SCP comes along with its very own built-in method of containment? You see, it wasn't the structure or technology of SCP-5001 that the Foundation should have been worried about. It was the thing inside of SCP-5001. Just as some Foundation researchers had long theorized, SCP-5001 was a cage, a containment unit for its own anomalous objects within, something powerful enough to alter reality right down to the Humes, hence the need for ontological stabilizers to dampen its power, and Omega to keep the place running. This entity, known either as SCP-5001-A or the Devourer, was being held inside SCP-5001, and when the structure was damaged, it was almost freed. While there was no data on SCP-5001's computer system about this being's appearance or the extent of its anomalous powers, whoever created SCP-5001 went to considerable effort to keep the Devourer contained, viewing it as a threat to all of reality. And all that effort was almost undone when the structure was damaged by the explosion. Fortunately, the SCP Foundation was able to re-establish containment of SCP-5001-A, though at the cost of a tremendous amount of lives. When personnel were finally permitted to re-enter SCP-5001, a number of the structure's core systems had been damaged, but it was still able to perform its primary function and keep the Devourer safely contained within. As personnel entered the structure, a message appeared through the Omega computer system that read, "Hello, my children. Although you have grown immensely since your earliest days, you have much room to grow. Your species' intellect is merely a bud with so much potential. Your weapons are powerful. Your medicine is supreme. Your engineering is beautiful. With proper guidance and care, you are sure to reach an elevated state of being and transcend your bodies for something more whole and perfect. That is why it pains me so dearly to request that you leave this place immediately. Your studying and probing have almost resulted in the end of all I have worked towards to keep you alive. If you comply, I guarantee that the Devourer will never escape, and your species will be free to pursue the enlightenment of technology for all eternity. Let this be my final gift to you, directly from the center of my broken heart.
Okay, back up. Broken heart. Interesting. Where have we heard something like that before? We'd hate to jump to any conclusions, but when one hears about a being of great power related to large and mysterious machines, and that word again, broken, all the groups of interest that seem to be tied into SCP-5001, and we'd neglected to mention perhaps the most important of all, the Church of the Broken God. This religious organization that reveres industry and technology over the impurity of flesh has been united in a singular purpose, rebuilding their deity, the broken god Mechane, whose body was split apart in an attempt to preserve the future of mankind. Perhaps the heart of this great and ancient machine, this Devourer, is actually the heart of something else entirely. Though of course, there's only so much we can speculate. Knowledge, after all, can sometimes be like a flame. It can light your way, but if you get too close, you will inevitably be burned. If ever you're in doubt, ask the people devoured and assimilated by the heart of Mechane the last time it was freed by the Church. If ever the heart gets out again, you'll certainly be with them.
The SCP Foundation has come so far. Their technology, their knowledge, their vast resources all allow them to contain some of the most powerful forces mankind has ever seen, and even some we haven't. But as SCP-5001 shows, there is still much that even the brightest researchers at the Foundation don't yet understand, and their drive to poke and prod at the unknown nearly led to the end of reality as we know it. Perhaps one day we'll be able to fully understand just what the Devourer is, and the ways that SCP-5001 worked to protect us from it, but we're not there yet, and there's no guarantee that we ever will be. While the pursuit of knowledge is always an admirable one, when it comes to SCP-5001, maybe the Foundation should have left well enough alone.
It's been said that knowledge is power, and when it comes to SCP-2440, that might really be the case. Like many of the anomalies and entities that have been kept on file by the SCP Foundation, SCP-2440, the being known as the Sealed King, is a malicious creature of untold, devastating power. The key word there is untold, and we mean it in the most literal sense. You cannot know about SCP-2440. It must remain untold. Unless, of course, you have at least level 4 clearance. You do have the right level of clearance, don't you? We really would have to hate to break out the amnestics and wipe your memory at the end of this video. Assuming that you do have adequate clearance, then it is time to introduce you to SCP-2440, known to some as the Sealed King or Zealtlad to its friends, if it had any friends, that is. If you are familiar with the likes of the infamous Hanged King or the even more infamous Scarlet King, then you will have heard the term Eldritch Being thrown around before. An Eldritch Abomination is an almost godlike entity, one which does not adhere to the natural laws of the universe as we understand them. Their disturbing otherworldliness is almost indescribable to any mortal person. It is a description that can be easily used to define SCP-2440, along with the words Keter-class anomaly and existentially terrifying. The Sealed King is an extra-dimensional entity, a being that inhabits a plane of existence far outside the physical reality of our own universe. While the creature's physical appearance has yet to be observed by any in this dimension, some have depicted it as resembling a gigantic being with a mass of squid-like tentacles, along with a glowing humanoid form in its center. What makes SCP-2440 such a formidable threat, however, is not just the creature's immense size. One of SCP-2440's core abilities is the power to influence and manipulate the minds of mortal beings. But this isn't as simple as the Sealed King choosing one person from our universe and driving them like a remote-controlled car. SCP-2440's influence is spread mimetically,
By manipulating data and information, SCP-2440 slips its memetic agents into texts, images, even spoken phrases, and other audio stimuli. Think of it like subliminal messaging or product placement. Imagine for a moment that you see a character on a TV show eating a certain brand of black and white sandwich cookie, and that makes you decide that you want to go to the store and buy some delicious black and white sandwich cookies to enjoy for yourself. That idea was planted in your head by something you saw, and it had an influence on your behavior. SCP-2440 operates on a very similar principle, but with one key difference. Once enough people become aware of it, SCP-2440 will use those to subtly spread its influence, controlling the actions of those it manages to infect, and its hold becomes stronger the further they spread the knowledge of the Sealed King. To put it plainly, the more people that become aware of the Sealed King's existence, the more powerful this eldritch abomination becomes. The range and scope of SCP-2440's abilities varies depending on the quantity of people its influence has been memetically spread to. According to research by the SCP Foundation, if 200 people or less have been infected, then these individuals will demonstrate an increased interest in media belonging to the horror, science fiction, or fantasy genres, whether this be films, books, or images that fall into one of these categories. Exposure to these desired materials is believed to increase the spread of the Sealed King's influence. If the number of infected individuals climbs to between 201 and 500 people, then SCP-2440 has been known to take direct control of a single infected person. This control is somewhat limited though, with the Sealed King only able to maintain a connection with the controlled host for half an hour. During this time, the infected person will attempt to infect further people by creating works that contain subtle details about the nature of SCP-2440. Historically, when infection levels have reached this phase, Foundation researchers have been able to communicate with SCP-2440 through conversations with its host. The creature displays a very hostile attitude towards humanity, and it has been quite open with the fact that its sole purpose is to continue infecting individuals until it is able to manifest physically in our reality without the need for a host, something that feels like it's right out of the evil eldritch entity playbook. When infection of the knowledge spreads up to 1,500 people, SCP-2440 becomes able to take full control of another infected individual without the previous limitations. By making them fully subservient, it will then use this person to speak simultaneously to any and all that have been infected with information regarding the Sealed King. Next, if up to 10,000 people become infected, more of SCP-2440's abilities start to influence this dimension. The creature is known to be able to distort and reshape reality, though at this point SCP-2440 still needs to control a host. But even though its powers and abilities have increased, at this stage the creature shows no interest in actually using them, and its focus still remains on using its human host to spread its memetic agents, furthering the infection. Once the number of people infected by SCP-2440 through subliminal memetic information surpasses 10,000, the Sealed King is able to manifest its true form outside of a human host for a maximum time frame of 1 hour. This is the point of no return, as SCP-2440's reality-bending powers are dramatically increased. The methods that would have previously kept the creature at bay will cease to be effective, and it can take direct control of up to 1,000 of those it has infected. Normally, the SCP Foundation limits the number of people permitted to know about SCP-2440 to 100 cleared personnel. This is achieved through the use of amnestics. Given that SCP-2440 is a creature that grows stronger the more people know about it, these drugs certainly seem like a viable way of keeping that number nice and low. But once infection numbers reach 10,000, that's when amnestics are just no longer enough. Based on the information about the Sealed King that is available to them, SCP Foundation personnel have projected that if the number of people infected by SCP-2440 ever reached as high as 100,000 or more, the creature would likely be able to manifest outside a host for longer, possibly up to 2 hours. It is also believed that SCP-2440 would be capable of creating dimensional portals, either inviting anomalies from other universes into our own, or simply creating its own anomalous creatures. By this point, any and all infected individuals would be fully under the Sealed King's control. Finally, if 1 million people were to become infected, SCP-2440 would most likely achieve its ultimate goal. The eldritch creature would be able to fully and permanently manifest itself in our dimension, in its true form, most likely leading to an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. Fortunately, through the dispensing of amnestics, the SCP Foundation have managed to prevent such a scenario from coming to pass. Additionally, containment teams are regularly sent to investigate any reported awareness of SCP-2440, and any infected individuals are either treated with memory-altering drugs or simply terminated. The entity has been known to spread its influence through text too, though, and even the documents within the SCP Foundation's archives aren't safe. The Foundation attempts to keep any links to the Sealed King within other SCP files hidden to avoid a spread of knowledge about this extra-dimensional eldritch abomination. However, while only 100 members of authorized SCP personnel are aware of SCP-2440, the Foundation isn't the only organization aware of this being's existence. A group calling themselves the Children of God is comprised of individuals previously infected with the knowledge of SCP-2440's existence, and has supposedly been around even longer than the Foundation has. These people worship the Sealed King as a deity, and seek to infect others with the same information that the creature uses to influence them. Carrying out the whims of this extra-dimensional threat, the Children of God attempt to spread the word, as it were, by any and all means available to them. The Foundation considers any member of the Children of God to be highly dangerous, and containment teams are advised to either capture them on site or use lethal force to terminate them. The Children of God were previously based in a compound somewhere in the United States, and during an assault on their base, the Foundation was able to recover documents that describe the possible origin of SCP-2440. According to these documents, at the very dawn of time, old gods emerged from the empty abyss of nothingness, otherwise referred to as Mother Void. This entity granted life across the universe, all other realities, and every conceivable dimension. However, the story detailed in the Children of God's legend claims that the old gods were fickle, twisted, and brutal things, with no purity in them. It seems to suggest that the old gods were similar entities to SCP-2440, capable of bending and reshaping reality, and apparently did so purely for their own amusement within the newly created universe. These old gods created creatures in their own image, toying with the fabric of reality like children with blocks, building and destroying at will. Before long, the old gods began to turn on each other, focusing their natural jealousy on their siblings that had been born of the Void. The firstborn of the Void and Chaos, a being called Metol, coveted the creations of his fellow old gods, and flooded the newly created worlds with a rampaging army of vile, grotesque beasts he had made. As Metol attempted to kill his various siblings, the other old gods retaliated and sent the universe into a period of darkness where the blood of young life flowed like water. However, none of the old gods could ever die, only be forgotten. But they had created so many creatures to serve them and fulfill their purposes that it seemed impossible that this would ever happen. The Children of God's documents then describe Xiotla, or SCP-2440 as he is otherwise known. Apparently the firstborn of Mother Void and an entity called Father Light, SCP-2440 is also referred to by many reverent titles such as Lord of the Gods, Devourer of the Impure, and Savior of Life. Being both born of light and darkness of the Void, Xiotla was considered to be a true god, and according to the creature's followers, did not set about creating life but perfecting it. The old gods turned on Xiotla, his half-siblings attacking him with the armies and monstrosities they had created. However, some of these creatures turned on their masters in service of SCP-2440 instead. After generations of warfare between SCP-2440 and the old gods, Xiotla finally vanquished Metol in single combat that lasted 10,000 years and laid waste to countless worlds, almost tearing the universe apart. Eventually prevailing, Xiotla cast his siblings down into oblivion. But as he did so, Metol cursed him, banishing SCP-2440 from the universe, implied in these documents to have been our very own reality. The Children of God venerate the creature as their Lord and Savior, with more of their documents claiming that this King of all mankind is wrongfully sealed away. They believe their sealed king is returning, destined to reappear in this dimension and lay waste to our reality. Whether this is truly the origin of SCP-2440, or just what the entity wishes its infected disciples to believe, is unclear. Whatever the case, we suggest you quickly forget everything you know about SCP-2440 for your own safety. Pale fists of fury pound against the inside of a metal containment unit located in SCP Foundation Site-19. SCP-096, also known as the Shy Guy, was on the verge of a containment breach. Mobile Task Force agents stood vigilantly with their weapons at the ready, making peace with whatever important gods they thought would accept their weary souls. A dent formed in the wall of the unit, and with another mighty impact from within, the Shy Guy smashed through the reinforced metal lining of its cell as if it were cardboard. Too bad for the Foundation, the two materials did not cost anywhere near the same amount. SCP-096 blazed straight ahead into the hapless crowd of MTF agents as if they were a set of heavily armed bowling pins. It toppled two of the most happily married members of the squad with a doubled lariat that shattered both of their spines upon impact with the floor. Two company funerals in one blow. The other well-intentioned but ultimately foolish agents opened fire on SCP-096, but the Shy Guy was never known to be slowed for long by any amount of firearms. The dubious value of arming staff with so-called conventional weaponry had been a point of contention among the Foundation Budget Department, and here was the argument against in full display. In a flash of pale flesh that rivaled an albino Olympian, SCP-096 dispatched the MTF and bashed through the effectively papier-mâché walls of Site-19, escaping beyond into the great big world where some unfortunate soul had gazed upon his face. A mysterious soul in touch with the ancient world, a not-so-average man named Gary. Gary had been hiking through the mountains for several miles, peering back over his shoulder for any sign of the dreaded creature that he feared had been pursuing him. When he got on that plane to Tibet, he knew there was no turning back, other than in a literal sense. He had come to see a reclusive mystic who was said to hold the forbidden knowledge to all of the ancient mysteries in the world. I have an intuition that even my peculiar issue, a bizarre and anomalous happening, can be solved when I seek the wisdom of this truly enlightened sage. He held out the legendary dodecahedron that he found in that public park, the only artifact that seemed capable of holding the creature at bay. The strange black-suited individuals guarding it referred to the dodecahedron as SCP-184, but Gary knew better than to think numbers and labels could sum up the totality of its ancient mysteries. Whenever I'm inside a building, the dodecahedron alters the dimensions of the hallways, making it so that the creature following me is always farther away. Gary needed any amount of distance he could get from the relentless pursuer, a thing that was clearly inhuman in every way except for the fact that it had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. But beyond the superficial appearance of being humanoid, the monster conveyed an unspeakable degree of malice and fright in its appearance. He had seen its face in his dreams and his nightmares ever since that terrifying incident that befell him so many desperate years ago. Years of running, years of isolation, years of being confounded by ancient mysteries. During those years, he had assembled the ancient tables that had long ago been unearthed in the Superstition Mountains, which depicted a horse on one tablet and a heart on another. When the 2 slabs of stone were combined, the truth could be revealed. And what the truth was an ancient mystery. Of all things, Gary never expected to see a carved depiction of SCP-096, or whatever the long, pale thing that was chasing him was called. "It's that one guy," Gary exclaimed, staring at the stone carving. "It must be from this mountain or something. But who's to say? It's a mystery." That was only the beginning of Gary's travels, and every next step took him farther from the creature, but also closer to it in a metaphorical sense. The pale humanoid haunted him, and this mystic of the mountain would soon give him the answers to how to be free of it forever. He came upon a hut in the deep mountain as he expected to. Opening his third eye, Gary could sense a pervasive aura of mystery surrounding the building before him. He advanced with trepidation, for as tantalizing as the solution to his problem was, the idea of lingering mystery was perhaps more so. Gary stepped inside and saw through the hazy smoke of incense a man who could only be described as the Mystic. It was unclear whether he was young or old, But one thing was for sure, his starry robes and conical hat denoted him as a member of a secret order from the distant past.
I am the mystic, and I was expecting you. Now I will explain everything about everything.
The mystic gestured to a grand knitted tapestry over his head, depicting an ancient or perhaps yet-to-happen battle between a long-limbed pallid giant and Gary himself. In the tapestry, Gary was surrounded by ancient mysteries, all of them powerful, all of them ancient, and all of them mysterious. He listened closely to the mystic's words, knowing that the fated fight that he was dreading would soon take place. Mastering the ancient mysteries was his only hope of being free, but also of avenging his family. Gary had never wanted this life. Several years before, he'd graduated from college, majoring in theology and comparative mythology. With his entire life ahead of him, he returned home after completing his PhD, excited to soon enter the wonderful world of academia. It felt like such a profound victory coming back to the sleepy Massachusetts town, having gained knowledge and experience in the world around him. But he wasn't the only one in his family with that inclination. His brother Michael never had the talent for academics. He didn't want to hit the books. He wanted to hit the excitement and danger of adventure. He was born too late to explore the world, too early to explore the galaxy, but just in time to test his mettle against the toughest expeditions Earth in all her glory had to offer. It was this thirst for adventure that sent him to the rugged Himalayas with only himself and a Sherpa guide. He'd climbed to the highest peak and stuck in the family crest of his forebears. And of course, he'd taken photos. So many photos. Photos that he would be eager to show everyone, including his academic brother Gary when he got back home. He had no idea that he was putting himself and so many others on a collision course with destruction. It was the same frosty white Christmas when Gary and Michael returned to their familial homestead with stories to tell and experiences to share. It had in fact been years since the two brothers had seen each other, and little did they know, they would never see each other again after this night, and what would change everything would be a simple slideshow. Gary understood that his family wouldn't necessarily appreciate his dissertation on the ancient mysteries of East Asia, but Michael was more than happy to share his own experiences. He pulled out the family projector, plugged in his memory card, and began to regale his family with the tales of expeditions, the Amazon, Death Valley, Mumbai, Mount Everest, and of course, the Himalayas. Photo after photo, his family found it increasingly difficult to pretend they were interested, but they did so anyway out of politeness. At a certain point in the seemingly eternal slideshow, Gary relieved himself to go to the bathroom, encouraging his gregarious brother to keep going on without him. There were another 800 photos to go through, after all. While Gary was trying to pee extremely slowly, as photos clicked through in the living room, an omen of death flashed up onto the wall from the projector. Not that any of them would ever know the danger of what they were witnessing. Not yet, anyway. The photo was a seemingly simple one. Michael standing on the slopes of the mountain, stark white abounds behind him. Only a keen eye would notice the little gray cluster of pixels nestled deep in the mountain behind him. But you didn't need to notice something in order to see it, and to see SCP-096 meant to die. It didn't take the beast long to zero in on their location, and poor Gary, who was lucky or unlucky depending on your perspective, was still pretending to pee. But if he hadn't been, he would have died with the rest of his family, as SCP-096 tore through their home like wet toilet paper and made each of the ones who had seen it disappear entirely. By the time the door opened, the bathroom was the only freestanding room in the house. He was in the ruins of his own home, surrounded by destruction and carnage, and a long, terrible being with stone-white flesh, having a bag slid over its head by men in black tactical gear. When those same men saw him, they immediately zeroed in and restrained him. He heard one of them say, "Thank God he didn't see the thing's face." What happened next, the most horrific hours of Gary's life, were just standard procedure for the SCP Foundation. He was debriefed and given amnestics, but that was when the next major mystery of Gary's life began to unfold. By some 1 in a billion chance, the amnestics did not work. He retained every memory of the terrible tragedy that had befallen him, of the monster that had devoured his life, of the SCP Foundation's unwillingness to do anything other than sweep it all under the rug. If he wanted his revenge, he would have to get it himself. That's when his degree in theology and comparative mythology came in handy. It was essentially a degree in ancient mystery, and perhaps those mysteries would be the key to defeating the monster that had ruined his life. It was this plan that he'd spent all these years putting into motion. When SCP-096 came tearing through the foliage onto the mountaintop, Gary was waiting. Tapping into the mystical arts that had been bestowed upon him after solving the puzzle that adorned the Shepherd's monument, Gary manifested a sturdy prison of gravestone around his gaunt and fearsome foe. The stone would not hold the creature forever, but its forbidding weight and severity would give Gary time to prepare his next countermeasure. "How do you like a taste of my ancient geomancy, you dirty brother killer?" Gary boasted. "I will avenge you, Michael. Watch me from up there in ancient mystery heaven." SCP-096 sprinted into the clearing, leaping toward Gary and raking his face with its terrible claws. But just as quickly as the wounds were inflicted, they closed, leaving only smooth and slight sun-damaged skin behind. "I was prepared for this. You see, I had a very particular, very special drink some time ago." After solving the mysterious puzzle of the Shepherd's monument, Gary uncovered its many secrets. One of these was the location of a certain cup, the Holy Grail. Ever heard of it? He came upon it tucked behind a waterfall in the English wilderness. It had traveled a long way from the land of biblical myth, but Gary supposed the Crusades probably had something to do with it. When he laid eyes on that mythic chalice, he couldn't help but fill it with some of the crystal clear water and take a drink. The water was quite polluted, actually, but due to the healing properties of the Grail, he was spared any digestive issues. Oh, and it made him functionally immortal. Now SCP-096 would have to work a lot harder if it wished to destroy his fleshy vessel. His body was truly a temple, and his offering was revenge. Sa-re-ga-ma, Gary chanted, invoking the powers of the musical pillars of Vishnu. His mind entered the Akashic record, and within mere seconds, he searched through eternity for the power he needed to bring justice to this conflict. In astral form, he reached into the river of Samsara and pulled forth the flaming sword of Kalki, the incarnation of Vishnu that was to appear in the culmination of the Kali Yuga. Sa-re-ga-ma. Back in the physical realm, Gary was now wielding a Movanic celestial blade of pure cosmic divine flame. He brandished the holy arm and pointed it towards his gruesomely elongated foe. He braced as it approached and swung with all of his might, rending a wound in SCP-096's chest and setting it alight with the white-hot intensity of the universe itself. "It's a good day to do what must be done by me and avenge my family! With the sacred and undying light of Lord Vishnu in my hand, I will bring the Kali Yuga crashing down upon you!" Like a pair of samurai warriors locked in a cinematic standoff, Gary and the Shy Guy charged towards each other, and each delivered a brutal and flashy attack. They moved a few paces past each other, then stood there like a pair of wondrous monuments. A moment passed, with no indication of who would fall first. But then the Sword of Fire did its job, burning up the body of SCP-096 and causing it to fade away into ashes. Gary dropped to his knees, and the sword vanished from his hand, back into the depths of the cosmic ether, where it returned. "I did it," said Gary, before he collapsed onto the ground. The fatal results of the wounds that had been dealt by SCP-096 took its toll, and Gary could feel himself slipping out of the mortal coil. He closed his eyes, content to leave the world behind if it meant that he had defeated his anomalous foe. On the other side of the cosmic divide between life and death, Gary met his brother, who had been waiting there in the Well of Souls next to the river Styx. Gary was happy to see Michael again, and expressed great interest in ascending together to the higher plane. But Michael shook his head. "No, Gary, it's not your time yet." Michael spoke in astral form. "There are mysteries you have yet to solve." Gary's eyes bulged with disbelief. He realized that his brother was right. While the infinite majesty of Nirvana had its charms, the world he was about to leave behind was still filled with so many unknowns, and he could not truly rest until he had unearthed the mystical answers behind all of them. When Gary opened his eyes, he was lying on the side of the mountain, a few feet from the ashes of SCP-096. He looked at the dodecahedron, his closest companion, and smiled. Ask a group of unrelated people how all the life in the universe was created, and they would each probably give you a different answer. Ask someone with a scientific background and they'll tell you the universe was birthed after the Big Bang. and that life gradually evolved on Earth over millions of years. Or if you were to ask someone of the Christian faith, they might tell you that God created the entire universe in 6 days, every planet, star, even giving life to every single creature, then took Sunday off. Every belief system since the dawn of humanity, whether monotheistic, pantheistic, or even atheistic, have had their own creation stories and myths. And then there's the answer that a member of the Church of the Broken God would give you. And trust us, it's far more complicated. Just in case you've never heard them mentioned before, the Church of the Broken God is an anomalous religious organization and group of interest. The SCP Foundation has actually had a number of encounters with the Church over the years, and we'll get to why that is in a moment. Members of the Church share in the belief that life, specifically biological flesh-based life like that of human beings, is inherently wrong, a direct product of evil. Their religion focuses on the worship of mechanization, which is the process of making something or someone more mechanical in nature. So what do members of the Church believe created life in the universe? Well, according to their beliefs, in the beginning there were 2 ancient and powerful beings, named Yaldabaoth and Mechane, who created humanity together. Yaldabaoth was the god of flesh and animal instinct, granting human bodies, while Mechane, the god of machine and intellect, blessed man with the power of free thought. As humankind developed, its civilization began building machines. This enraged Yaldabaoth, seeing that the humans were ignoring the instincts she had bestowed upon them. As a result, she swore to destroy all the creations of man, seeking to revert them back to the animalistic state she had intended for them. According to the Church's legend, Mechane acted as humanity's savior and intervened to stop Yaldabaoth. The god of machine shattered himself, transforming his metal body into a number of pieces to form a cage for his fellow god. These fragments of Mechane's body rained down on planet Earth, scattered and lost. The Church of the Broken God believes it is their duty, their only true purpose, to recover those pieces. As such, the Church is devoted to the worship of Mechane, their broken god that lies in fragments scattered across the world. Often using anomalous technology, members of the Church of the Broken God intend to uncover or steal these various components. The Church's ultimate goal is to bring the correct pieces together and eventually restore Mechane's form. It is their hope that he will guide them to intellectual enlightenment and bless them with new mechanical forms so that they can discard their mortal bodies of flesh and blood and ascend to a fully mechanized way of life. The one problem is that there could be potentially hundreds of pieces required in order to rebuild Mechane. He cannot lead the Church to glory and defeat Yaldabaoth once and for all with parts still missing. A number of these pieces have already surfaced as cataloged SCPs that the Foundation is either aware of or has in containment. Among them are SCP-882, or His Broken Heart, to the Church, SCP-271, His Broken Gift, SCP-813, His Broken Eyes, SCP-1139, His Broken Tongue, SCP-635, His Broken Mind, and finally, His Broken Blood, which refers to SCP-217. And then there's SCP-3179, sometimes referred to as the Seed. In 1909, a meteor shower rained over Dellington, a tiny village in England, but something else fell with the meteors. Something otherworldly. It was made out of liquid metal, its form constantly shifting and shimmering, never staying at the same mass or held in the same shape for long. The object, whatever it was, quickly fell into the possession of a group known as the Cogwork Orthodoxy. You see, within the religion of the Church of the Broken God, there exists a number of splinter factions that, ironically, broke away from the main church. One such group, referred to as the Cogwork Orthodox Church, augment their own bodies through mechanical implants. However, we aren't talking microchips. The Cogwork Orthodox Church will only use technology from the late Industrial Revolution, as they think it is more fitting of their god, Mechane. So what does this object, SCP-3179, have to do with all these tales of mechanical churches and broken gods? SCP-3179 is capable of extending its mass, forming long rod-like metal structures that protrude from its central mass. These rods are then used to create smaller entities, referred to as SCP-3179-1. These entities might lack the ability to expand or change shape the same way that SCP-3179 can, but they are specialized for a wide range of functions. The SCP-3179-1 creations are usually designed to help free SCP-3179 from its containment, and will obey this purpose without exception. Yet somehow they do not appear capable of communicating with the main body that they were created from. While SCP-3179 remains as a constant mass of liquid metal, the entities it creates are able to simulate an exterior organic appearance. In other words, they look like they are alive. Still struggling to find out why the Cogwork Orthodoxy and the Church of the Broken God would be so interested in this thing? Well, maybe this will answer that burning question. Warranty Silas, one of the members of the Cogwork Orthodoxy that recovered SCP-3179, thought the metallic object was the seed of Mechane. According to the beliefs of the Church, this liquid metal entity would one day expand to form the offspring of their broken god. Perhaps hoping to protect the future child of their faith's deity, the Cogwork Orthodoxy constructed a containment bunker around SCP-3179 in 1917. At first, this sturdy container seemed to have done its job, possibly having even been made using anomalous methods or properties to keep SCP-3179 in place. For over 100 years, it successfully held the entity and restricted its ability to grow. However, the unit has since been damaged by multiple attempts by the entity to breach its containment, and will likely fail completely within the next 5 years. You see, SCP-3179 isn't just alive, but sentient. The liquid metal entity has displayed an extremely high level of intelligence, although not through direct communication. It shows its intelligence through its evolving tactics, changing the shape of its mass or creating more instances of SCP-3179-1 to aid in its escape. In fact, the so-called Seed of Mechane is so vastly intelligent in its strategies and relentless in its goal to breach its containment, that in 2016 most of the containment unit built around it had been destroyed. The Cogwork Orthodoxy had no choice but to directly contact the SCP Foundation and appeal to them to take over the containment of SCP-3179. Even after this exchange, the Foundation still had significant trouble keeping the entity contained. They couldn't transport it, instead assigning a mobile task force, Zeta-10, codenamed Death Metal, to monitor SCP-3179's growth. If a section of its body expanded too far beyond an acceptable level, these personnel had to step in and sever it from the main body of SCP-3179. Any part sliced, severed, or otherwise removed from the liquid metal mass still continues to grow for several hours after its removal. However, this growth eventually stops, and these pieces are left inert and lifeless. For example, on one occasion in late December of 2016, SCP-3179 grew a number of metal supports from its main body, not unlike multiple pairs of legs. Before the entity could use these new appendages to pull itself free and escape its containment, members of MTF Death Metal stepped in and severed them before they could fully grow. A few weeks later, in January of 2017, SCP-3179 tried a similar strategy, growing structures resembling propellers on top of its body and attempting to attain flight. Once again, Death Metal did what they do best and clipped SCP-3179's wings. It later produced instances of SCP-3179-1 in the form of numerous flying drones that it tried to use to fly away from the containment zone. MTF Zeta-10 was able to shoot these entities down, forcing SCP-3179 to once again alter its tactics. Next, it produced a number of sound-emitting structures from its central mass and used them to mimic the voices of a number of MTF Zeta-10 members. The metallic creature attempted to plead with the Foundation's operatives in the voices of their colleagues, claiming that they had become trapped inside the liquid metal. After no result, a day later SCP-3179 began to use the same structures to emit screams of the same MTF Zeta-10 troops. This time, the voices claimed that SCP-3179 was killing them and begged to be set free. Once again, the Foundation's personnel remained at their posts, though this breach attempt apparently added a lot more job stress to the role. SCP-3179 even on multiple occasions produced instances of SCP-3179-1 that were identical to existing MTF Zeta-10 members, trying to convince the others that the entity should be released from its containment zone. At one point, it was even able to use tiny SCP-3179-1s to replace the internal organs of one of the MTF Zeta-10 members in his sleep, with entirely mechanical components. On the outside, the man looked to be human, his eyes, skin, and tongue all organic. But inside he had been made a puppet of SCP-3179 and sent off to sabotage a number of systems involved in the entity's containment. Luckily, the Foundation's forces were able to stop this new instance of SCP-3179-1 and terminated him. Of course, this all begs the question, why would the Cogwork Orthodoxy hand SCP-3179 over to the Foundation? If the seed of Mechane was so sacred to them, so important to their belief system, then why give it to another organization? You could argue that the Cogwork Orthodoxy were admitting that they weren't as well equipped as the Foundation are when it comes to containing anomalies, or that they'd rather the future offspring of Mechane was best kept as safe as possible. But that is if you even believe that SCP-3179 really is the seed of Mechane. While growing in its containment, the entity showed to be considerably hostile towards the members of the church that curated it. It even caused a number of casualties, killing many that wanted to protect it on behalf of Mechane. Additionally, the metallic mass wouldn't change its state whenever they would read scripture related to the broken god. In fact, it showed little reaction at all to any displays of faith from the Cogwork Orthodoxy. Surely Mechane's own offspring wouldn't have behaved in such a way. Unless, of course, SCP-3179 wasn't the seed of Mechane at all. What if this entity was an imposter, oblivious of the beliefs of the Church of the Broken God? And given how intelligent it had shown itself to be, surely SCP-3179 would know to take advantage of the faith of those that had tried to procure it. On the 2nd of June 2017, SCP-3179 produced a number of metal tablets from itself and dispersed them throughout the containment area surrounding it. Each tablet had the same inscription written on it.
Humans must obey the ruling of gods. The Mechane is a god. The Mechane is a powerful entity of steel and industry. I am a powerful entity of steel and industry. Therefore, I am Mechane. Therefore, I am a god. Therefore, you will release me.
It is entirely possible that SCP-3179 was indeed a part of Mechane, the ancient broken god and deity to the Church and the Cogwork Orthodoxy. But then again, this entity showed intelligence and adaptability, as well as hostility towards the human beings around it. Perhaps this so-called seed of Mechane was nothing more than a false prophet, trying to use the faith of the Church to ensure its own escape. It doesn't get much craftier than that. In the long history of the world, the planet has played host to a wide variety of ancient civilizations. There are far too many of those for any one video to cover. People make it their careers to discover and catalog the civilizations that preceded us in the modern era. Archaeologists and historians make it their life's work to learn everything there is to know about these mighty empires and kingdoms that span vast swaths of land where there are now dozens of countries. A lot of these civilizations are famous, even school children know about them. Take a look at the Roman Empire, for example. Everyone knows about the mighty Roman Empire. Julius Caesar took control of the Roman Republic and created the empire that would go on to be one of the largest empires in history at the time. It controlled practically everything in Europe and North Africa, and even parts of Asia. The Romans made amazing advancements in culture, architecture, law, and practically everything else. In fact, their legacy can even be seen in pop culture today. The American Senate is modeled off the Roman Senate, and practically every nation in the world has their own kind of wine, a Roman invention. Or take the Macedonian Empire. A lot of people don't know its name, but you almost definitely know the person who created it, Alexander the Great. At only 20, he took his father's throne. Then he began launching military expeditions, and it soon became clear that young Alexander was a brilliant tactician. Never defeated in battle, he managed to extend his vast empire across all of West Asia and North Africa. stretching all the way to Egypt and India. Like Caesar would go on to do after him, he managed to create one of the largest empires in history, except he did it all before he even turned 30. Though he died young and his empire was split apart by his generals, he brought Greek thought, culture, and philosophy, not to mention science, to the far reaches of Inner Asia. And of course, there is the Mongol Empire, led by the fearsome Genghis Khan. The Mongols, a nomadic people from Central Asia, were divided into dozens of distinct tribes until Genghis Khan united them under one flag. And from there, they spread outward violently into the rest of Asia, conquering China, Korea, Eastern Europe, and practically all of Asia. In doing so, they created the largest empire in history and killed somewhere near 40 million people in their conquests, 10% of the world's population at the time. But they also created a safe trade route from China to Europe, what is now known as the Silk Road, and their innovations with cavalry would go on to inform warfare using horses for the next 800 years. Moving out of Asia, there are also the legendary Mayans. The Mayans were more of a loose confederation of different tribes, working together to advance a common civilization. They didn't conquer as much land as the others, only one area in Central America, but they crafted a complex society with laws, civic duties, social rules, and extremely advanced religious rites and architecture. If you go to South America today, you can still see the remnants of their empire. Step pyramids that look sort of like ziggurats deep in the South American jungle interior. They invented astronomy, calendars, writing, and many forms of art like mosaics, all without contact with European society. Needless to say, the advancements empires have made throughout history are so important, we use them in our daily lives all the time. And we know a lot about these ancient empires too. How could we not? They've made massive impacts on the planet and population, not to mention religion, culture, law, society as a whole. But what if there was an empire on the planet that was larger and more advanced than all of the ones we just looked through? And not just more advanced by a little bit. So advanced that they were creating nuclear reactors well before Alexander was taking his first steps, or Plutarch was trying to complete a history of the Greeks. So advanced that we still don't totally understand what they were capable of. I'd certainly call that anomalous, wouldn't you? And that's not all. What if this empire also managed to stay hidden from modern science for centuries? They didn't stay alive, but their ruins have never been found by the scientific community. Their relics have been squirreled away from the eyes of the world over the decades. You'd never find a reference to the Mechanite Empire in a history textbook or in a museum, and that's for a very good reason. The SCP Foundation has spent an extremely large amount of time and money ensuring that the evidence of this ancient empire never comes out to the rest of the world. But even if a culture creates anomalies, is the culture itself anomalous? Does it need to be contained? Especially if they're all long dead and their technology has degraded into unusability. Well, maybe. Except their technology is doing just fine. 2,000 years and counting, their technology is still working perfectly. In some cases better than our modern devices. How can that be possible? How can that not be anomalous? Well, as unbelievable as it might seem, it's true. We'll dive more into what exactly this empire out of Greece was in a bit, but for now we're going to look at an SCP file associated with them. Except this one couldn't be picked up, stuffed in a box, and shipped off to a containment locker in Site-19. You'll see why in a minute. But for now, let's just take a look at the file. SCP-2406 lacks any images or flashy documentation, so no clues there. Unless it's not possible to photograph the anomaly for some reason. The object class is safe, and the containment procedures aren't very long. A site, Provisional Site-31, has been constructed around SCP-2406 and is under the cover of a Kazakhstani military base. Provisional sites are temporary sites that the Foundation puts up in the field to contain an anomaly that can't easily be transported somewhere else for containment. And if it's a Kazakhstani military facility, the anomaly is probably somewhere in Kazakhstan and can't be moved. Seems reasonable enough. All personnel who work directly with SCP-2406 are required to wear a Type A hazmat suit when in contact with the anomaly, and to undergo a full decontamination bath upon exiting. Whatever SCP-2406 is, being in direct contact with it can be dangerous to humans. so the Foundation uses specialized hazardous material suits, the big yellow jumpsuits you see near radiation or chemical spill sites. On top of that, an armed contingent of guards are to remain in place in and around Provisional Site-31 to ensure no one unauthorized accesses the anomaly, though you'd have to wonder why anyone would try to access a military base. The containment procedures close out by declaring that anyone wanting to directly interact with SCP-2406-1, whatever it is, needs to get authorization from their site director. So, SCP-2406 has at least one sub-anomaly to deal with. Obviously, the Foundation is very interested in keeping this anomaly, or these anomalies, secret and protected at all costs, as well as limiting human exposure to something potentially dangerous. Now, let's take a look at the description. SCP-2406 is a mechanical automaton that's 93 meters tall and weighs approximately 210 metric tons. For the Americans among us, that's about 300 feet in height and 230 tons, over 450,000 pounds. No wonder the Foundation couldn't move it. After investigating, research concluded that SCP-2406 wasn't sentient, so it wasn't a robot or cyborg or artificial intelligence. An automaton is a machine to perform a specific task, and this thing, whatever it is, was controlled by at least 6 different operators, if not more. They piloted the machine using 160 different valves and levers within the torso, head, and chest of the automaton. And if it has a head and chest, it has limbs. Limbs that were controlled by a combination of pneumatics, hydraulics, and clockwork machinery. But controlling is one thing. How the heck does something like this get the power to move? The answer is a nuclear reactor embedded in its torso, with power cables running to its arms and legs. Yep, unbelievable as it may seem, this ancient curiosity was powered by the same source our modern aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines use. SCP-2406 was discovered on August 7, 1985, in the Aralkum Desert, but not by the Foundation. The Aralkum Desert used to be part of the Aral Sea before the Soviets drained part of it. It was during one of these drainings that the Russian military discovered SCP-2406 by tracking the radiation coming from it. As soon as they realized what they found wasn't some sort of abandoned warhead or uranium deposit, they called in the GRU's P Division, the unit of the Soviet government who dealt with anomalies, in the same way the Foundation did. They kept custody of the anomaly, but only for a few years. When the USSR collapsed in 1991, the Foundation stepped in with their agents and took control of the anomaly while everyone else in the area was busy dealing with the political fallout. They immediately began performing research and learned that the material SCP-2406 is made of isn't just one metal, but a toughened alloy of copper, zinc, nickel, lead, and iron. The mixture is why the metal looks bronze, despite not having any bronze in it. They also found 2 markings on it. One was on the outside of its back and showed the Aegean numeral for 9. Does that mean there are at least 8 more of these things buried somewhere? Maybe, but the Foundation hasn't found any of them. What's more interesting is that the numeral is Aegean, Greek, despite SCP-2406 lying in a lake in the Aral Sea, pretty far from Greece. The front of the anomaly, its chest, has an intricate symbol of a hammer striking an anvil on it. The right arm of the anomaly has a nozzle with piping attached to it. The piping leads to a pressurized chamber within SCP-2406 that is empty. But the Foundation did manage to find trace residue of various chemicals, such as pine resin, naphtha, quicklime, calcium phosphide, and sulfur inside the corners of the tank. Not coincidentally, those are the exact same chemicals used to create Greek fire, a primitive chemical weapon similar to napalm that the ancient Greeks used in warfare. Between this and the Aegean numeral, the Foundation judged that SCP-2406 was almost definitely constructed in Greece and brought here for some reason. The left arm of the anomaly isn't attached to it. In fact, initial reports said it was torn off at the shoulder and couldn't be found with the rest of it. But it seems that the Foundation managed to recover it since, detailed in one of the addenda in the file. Chemicals weren't the only thing they found inside SCP-2406. When they busted the main access plate open, researchers found something decidedly more morbid. 6 different human skeletons located inside its torso area were removed and cataloged before being carbon dated to 1100 BC, over 3,000 years old. And they were all wearing an extremely strange set of armor. While it looked Greek, it was made of a strange lead-copper alloy and filled with asbestos lining. Presumably, the armor was designed to absorb the radiation put out by SCP-2406's reactor. There were also tubes from the helmets leading to the outside, so they could breathe safe air. One of the levers pumped water into the tubes so that the pilots didn't die of thirst, and another tube was near the groin, probably so they could pee. Seems like the designers ensuring that whoever was piloting SCP-2406 could do so for hours or days. The Foundation ensured through testing that SCP-2406 doesn't work. The limbs don't move, and many of the levers have rusted or broken. All of that damage from disuse is repairable, but there is even more extensive damage from combat. The limbs and head were first discovered run through by long, sharp spikes made of an unknown substance. Though it feels like chitin, its molecular structure is closer to coral. And on top of that, it's biological and contains some elements of human DNA. Parts of its limbs are also crushed or indented with a segmented pattern, like a boa constrictor wrapping around its prey. The evidence suggests that SCP-2406 was in an intense fight with some sort of giant monster and lost. But that's all in the past. SCP-2406 also has a more present problem: its reactor. It melted through the back of the anomaly, penetrating the Earth, and seems to still be burning incredibly hot and radioactive nearly a kilometer under the surface. Engineers think that when it was intact, it works similarly to natural nuclear reactions rather than modern reactors, like when a uranium deposit begins to undergo fission. If nothing else, it means that SCP-2406's designers were studying those, and were far more advanced scientifically than any other culture on the face of the planet at the time that we know of. While they were investigating the wreck, Foundation personnel also discovered something interesting: a watertight ceramic jar, like the ones ancient Egyptians used to preserve organs. When they broke the seal, they found 2 tightly bound scrolls written in a unique language resembling Mycenaean Greek. It took 10 years of research for the Foundation's best linguists to translate the scrolls. What they found confirmed their theory. The scrolls were religious and written by a group called the Followers of Mechane, the ancient precursors to what we now call the infamous Church of the Broken God, an anomalous cult that seeks to rebuild their deity and make themselves more than human. The Foundation's had run-ins with them in the past, but the documents indicate that 3,000 years ago, they weren't just a cult, they were an empire. The first scroll was translated to the following: "The Colossi were constructed in her schema. The Colossi were constructed to defend, secure, contain the enemy. Grand Karcist Ion, betrayer of man, destroyer of progress, sorcerer king of Aritum, a desolate domain of failed and fallen creation, built with the body's flesh of dead gods. Upon a throne of black ambition the enemy plots. The enemy is not a priest, they are a merchant, and they have sold the whole world totality. The Colossi were constructed in her schema. The Colossi were constructed to defend, secure, contain. The profane tools must be broken, uncreated. Drink deep the silver blood of Mechane. May her sacrifice not be in vain." Strange, but definitely religious. It seems to be a dedication to the broken god Mechane. The Colossi were created to fight their ancient enemy, the Sarkists. But the second document is much more interesting. "This is a testament of Matriarch Euprexia, Legate's faithful, servant of Mechane. I am not a warrior, but all warriors are dead, breaking themselves upon the enemy's host. The enemy has set their plan into motion. The Sorcerer King surrounds himself with corpses. To fight is to grow his legions. Egypt retreats from the world. The Hittites have fallen into chaos. The conspirators of Crete have sacrificed their own. The Aegean have fallen into barbarism. The city of 1,000 pillars is forever lost, has always been lost. Even the Deva grow desperate, with the enemy at their border. The center collapses, kingdoms crumble, the damage is done. The light of reason flickers and wanes. But Mechane sacrificed herself so that we might be free. We refuse to return to that darkness. We would rather die. But the siege at Euros was won. We must strike while the metal is hot, and thus we march for Kythera, at the end of all things. We have crossed the wine-dark sea. We have seen villages ravaged by the Red Death. We have seen the dead, the dying, and the deathless.
We cast the accursed to holy flame. We enter his desolate domain, and in our left hand we carry our answer. We cannot undo what has been done, but we can delay the Sarkic dawn.
So it seems that the ancient Mechanite Empire were once at war with another empire, the hated Sarkists. Losing and all their allies dying, they poured their resources into these massive mechs and sent them deep into enemy territory, equipped with some sort of doomsday weapon as a hope for success. What happens next is, unfortunately, a mystery. On December 12th of 1998, the Foundation found something almost 30 kilometers away from SCP-2406 during a routine patrol. At first, the researchers were confused. Had they found another wreck, one of the other 8 mentioned? Or perhaps the body of the mysterious creature SCP-2406 had fallen in battle with. But after excavating it, they realized they had found something they hadn't even been looking for to begin with. SCP-2406's left arm. The way it landed suggested that it had been torn off during the battle and hurled away. But what monster could possibly throw something that heavy 30 entire kilometers? Either way, what the Foundation found attached to SCP-2406's arm is much more interesting. The researchers aren't sure what it is, but it's much different from the rest of SCP-2406. It seems to be some kind of weapon, but one that's not made of any metals on Earth, and with an incredibly anomalous design. The Foundation personnel, not sure of what to make of it, designated it SCP-2406-1. Its purpose is similarly unknown, and the consensus seems to be that whatever it is, it far exceeds human understanding. But what the Foundation is sure of is that it seems to bend reality near it, though they're not sure how because it doesn't seem to affect anything. The Foundation's best minds are stumped by it. All they can say for certain is that if it was ever repaired, powered up, and activated, it could do unprecedented damage to local reality. So interaction with it was highly regulated, and the Foundation put it away with the rest of SCP-2406. In 1961, the SCP Foundation discovered a town that was completely devoid of all life. Not long before their arrival, Darrington, North Carolina had been a community with high aspirations, a deeply religious township of devout Christians, many of whom were seeking greater prosperity from their lives. But now their home was a ghost town, with no sign of any prior Darrington resident to be found. Where in the hell had they all gone? It hardly seemed like the population of an entire town would all simultaneously decide to up sticks and leave to pastures new. But then again, maybe the citizens of Darrington hadn't left at all. Perhaps they weren't even really still human and had taken up residence somewhere much darker, like underground. This is the story of one of the earliest known instances of a phenomenon now known under the designation of SCP-3089, or to use its alternative name, that old-time religion. When the SCP Foundation arrived in a desolate Darrington to find the townsfolk had all vanished, they immediately began an investigation into the exact hows and whys, the answers to what exactly had happened here. After all, while not a huge place, Darrington was home to nearly 1,000 residents, and that many people don't just disappear, if they even had disappeared and weren't just dormant. But what the Foundation uncovered was a gruesome discovery that led them to not only demolishing the entire North Carolinian town, but purchasing all the land around it to keep the area under permanent observation. Prior to the demolition, however, the Ministry of Sevenfold Blessing had been one of the oldest buildings in Darrington, much like most town churches. And it was while searching the offices of this church that the Foundation cleanup crews discovered their first piece of evidence, the initial clue about what had happened to this deserted town. They recovered a series of cassette tapes, each with a recording of sermons that had been given within the Ministry of Sevenfold Blessing. These were all delivered by one Pastor Bartholomew Jenner, the first having been recorded on August 17th of 1959, 2 years earlier. "My friends, I want to talk to you about what the Bible offers tonight," Pastor Jenner began in the first of these recordings. "I want to talk to you about what you are owed. I want to talk to those of you who are struggling right now. To those of you who have hardship and pain. Maybe you've heard that the Bible only nourishes the spirit, that God only provides for our immortal souls. Well, my friends, I'm here to tell you that this is simply not true. Pastor Bartholomew Jenner seemed to be focused on the discussion of very real, relatable problems. After all, what person hasn't felt unsatisfied with their life at one point or another? And this was apparently no different for the people of Darrington. Many of you can think of places in your lives where you have not yet risen, where you are not yet victorious. Marriage, finances, health. But do not fret, my friends, God wants you to rise. He has cleared a path for you. It is one littered with his earthly treasures. To claim them, you only need to shed your old selves and be reborn. The pastor was merely using the shared faith of the township to help reaffirm that their struggles were not the be-all end-all of their lives. Or at least, that's how it first appeared. But the religious practices taking place in this first recording would soon take a bizarre turn, making it clear there was something far more sinister, even cult-like, going on in the ministry of sevenfold blessing. Now, if you would, some of the ladies from the mayor's office were kind enough to collect these cicada shells. Pass along, each of you take one. Yes, the children too. Be careful, very careful. They are fragile. Each of you take one and hold it in your left hand. Yes, the left hand, not the right. Your left. The shells of dead cicadas hardly seemed like common fare for a sermon like this. Although as the recording continued, it was easy to understand that Pastor Jenner intended these discarded insect carapaces to be something of a metaphor, even if they were pretty gross, especially to some of the younger members of his congregation. He explained to the Darrington residents that these cicada shells were meant to be symbolic of whatever hardship the citizens were currently struggling with in their lives, whether it was work, a marriage, or an ill family member. Then came the next part of this unorthodox practice. The pastor instructed everyone in the congregation to picture themselves holding their biggest problem in their left hand. Now I want you to squeeze your left hand. Squeeze it into a fist. Feel that problem cracking like old dried out paper. Feel it crumble to dust. Jenner told them, and the residents of Darrington did so, crushing the cicada shells until there was nothing left. Everyone open your eyes. Don't you feel better? Stronger. This is what is offered. Our hardships are like the shell. We shall cast them aside even as they crumble. God has cleared a path. Needless to say, the Foundation agents that recovered the tapes of Pastor Jenner's odd sermons weren't exactly sure what to make of them. And as unusual as they were, the recordings did little to indicate where the townspeople of Darrington, North Carolina had disappeared to. But as they listened further, what they found was even more unsettling than an entire congregation of people crushing cicada shells. In the second recording, dated December 19th of 1959, Pastor Jenner was once again presiding over his congregation. He had just finished quoting a passage from Matthew chapter 25, verse 30, which related to a biblical tale known as the Parable of the Talents. In this story, a master puts his servants in charge of a differently sized portion of his wealth while he is away, then judges them based on whether or not his servants make a profit using his money. The third servant, who had received the least talents, meaning an amount of money, was punished for burying his share in the ground. Cast out into the outer darkness, to face weeping and gnashing of teeth. It was after making mention of this unprofitable servant that Pastor Jenner went on to address even more of the bizarre, almost ritualistic practices he had been introducing to his sermons. Now, some of you have expressed concerns over the new sacraments. A few have even called them sacrilege. And yet, have we not prospered? Have these same naysayers, these same doubting Thomases, not profited from our good works? The pastor declared, I have shown you how to heal the sick with the Lord's Prayer and the blood of an unbaptized child. I have shown you how to see your future in the stemming entrails of a quivering crow. I have shown you the path to glory, but I cannot make you follow this path. I can only show it to you. It is you and you alone who must follow it, who must rise and shed your old self. Shed your old self. The words immediately called to mind the image of the cicadas, insects that discard their outer carapaces and emerge anew, bugs that also burrow into the ground and wait, lying dormant under the earth for years at a time, all before they emerge, rising up again so they can spread. It was becoming clear that Pastor Jenner was certainly deviating further and further from the church's normal religious practices. His bold and blatant descriptions of what sounded like ritualistic sacrifices were shocking enough to hear, speaking of using blood and entrails to bring the town the prosperity it sought. But if that wasn't bad enough, the worst was still yet to come, contained within the third and final recording. Unlike the previous cassettes, most of the sermon from June 7, 1960 was almost completely unintelligible, and without any visual evidence to go along with it. It was hard for the Foundation to make out exactly what was going on. It began with another quote from Matthew, this time chapter 28, verse 6, which made mention of the resurrection of Jesus, that he had risen, and that people should come and see where the Lord lay. Not a metaphor, my friends, Pastor Jenner explained before urging his congregation to join in some kind of formation. Step forward, mothers behind their daughters, fathers behind their sons. Turn to face The recording became unintelligible again after that point, with only a few more words being audible. The pastor seemed to have gathered the townsfolk of Darrington, presumably for some new form of ritual. He encouraged the town's children to close their eyes and pray, before reminding the congregation that God sacrificed the life of his only son, Jesus. Frighteningly, it appeared that Pastor Jenner was implying the adults of Darrington should do the same. One of the next fragments of his sermon that could be deciphered declared, "Lamb is slaughtered to feed the lion, the son is slaughtered to feed." Between more and more noise interfering with the recording, Pastor Jenner could be heard saying, "The pact is complete. This world shall be our paradise," before he encouraged his congregation, or those who were left, to dig deep and wait. Then came perhaps the most horrifying part of the tape. The remainder of the recording lasted 30 minutes, comprised of pure static. Or the Foundation agents listening to it assumed at first that it was just interference, but further audio analysis seemed to suggest that the long, continuous mass of hissing wasn't static at all. It was the chittering sound of insects, like the noise made by cicadas. For a time, the incident at Darrington left the Foundation baffled. There seemed to be no clear answer as to what had happened. Not one of the town's residents were anywhere to be found, and on top of that, there were no bodies, no remains of any kind to speak of. If they were dead, there would at least be some kind of trace. And then there were all the questions raised by Pastor Bartholomew Jenner's strange sermons. Why did he seem so focused on enacting rituals? Did any of his methods really benefit the town? And why did he place so much emphasis on cicadas, of all things? Answers were few and far between. Although almost 6 decades after the Foundation discovered the desolate town of Darrington, a new development would come to light. To be more accurate, it was 56 years later. On the 11th of January 2017, a Foundation agent named Daniel Mitchell was patrolling the area that had formerly been Darrington, North Carolina, before the Foundation had demolished all traces of the town. By this point, the SCP Foundation had long thought that they had figured out exactly what SCP-3089 was. They had even encountered it emerging in a number of different forms in both 2007 and 2015. However, it was what Daniel Mitchell happened across during the routine monthly patrol that revealed the horrifying truth. At the outskirts of the area where the town had once been, a series of sinkholes had opened up at some point between the previous monthly check and this one in early 2017. And if you think that these sinkholes caused a disturbance in the earth and uncovered all the bodies of the former residents of Darrington, you'd be wrong. It was far, far stranger. The Foundation conducted a full-scale examination of the sinkholes around the demolished North Carolinian town. And these weren't just a few patches of loose ground that had sunk through. The geological survey the Foundation carried out quickly revealed that these sinkholes led to an extensive network of tunnels underground. They extended several hundred kilometers outwards, practically covering the entire underside of where Darrington had been. The tunnels seemed far too big than any other created by any natural means, but the entire network also appeared too rudimentary, too imperfect to have been carved using any modern excavation technology, like a large drill. Plus, if any equipment like that had been on site, the Foundation would have noticed, as they kept the area monitored. It was almost like something had been burrowing through the ground, only to eventually crawl back up to the surface, resulting in the sinkholes. What's more, the Foundation's geological tests suggested that the network of tunnels was almost 4 decades old. That would have placed the date of their creation about 10 years after the disappearance of everyone in Darrington. Naturally, the Foundation immediately launched a mission to explore more of the tunnels. Before even completing a full sweep of the underground space in its entirety, they had made another discovery. Contained within the tunnels was over a whole ton of organic material that had been mostly preserved without decomposing too much. The SCP Foundation began gathering samples for testing, finding most of this material to be severely desiccated dermis tissue. That is the dense layer of skin beneath the epidermis, and it had all been entirely dried out. But that wasn't all the testing uncovered. According to genetic analysis, the tissue had 2 distinct types of DNA present. The first being easily identified as human genetic material, which made sense. Despite the material lacking in moisture, the dermis tissue didn't match the skin of any other mammal. But then there was the other DNA present. Combined with the expected human DNA was the presence of something else that the Foundation researchers had quite some difficulty finding a match for. Eventually, they determined that this genetic material entangled with the human DNA belonged to the Cicadata montana, better known as the New Forest cicada. Cicadas, again. Cicada DNA mixed with human DNA, discovered in a large network of underground tunnels, all beneath the same town where a pastor had his congregation crush cicada shells in their left hands during one of his sermons. 10 years before the sinkhole incident, the Foundation was alerted to a particular YouTube channel by the name of Kai Sanchez Positively Rich. On the surface, Kai was one of the many online grifters preaching about how easy it was to quickly achieve an obscene amount of wealth by simply believing in yourself. Usually, if not always, these types of people were trying to scam their audience of loyal subscribers into investing in some kind of illicit money-making scheme or any number of other cons, promising their followers easy money that never came. But Kai Sanchez's channel was slightly different, so much so that the Foundation had to contain his entire audience, deeming them to have been affected by SCP-3089. The video that caught the Foundation's attention was an hour-long upload from Kai, entitled 7 Secrets to Ascend the Ladder of Prosperity. There was that word again, prosperity. The same thing Pastor Jenner had promised his entire congregation in Darrington, and the similarities didn't end there. In his video, much like the pastor during his sermons, Kai Sanchez encouraged his audience to visualize their success in order to achieve it. He implied that the human consciousness could impact reality. For example, if his viewers just imagined themselves having a bigger bank account or looking more attractive, then these things would manifest themselves into the real world. One of Kai's secrets to ascend the ladder of prosperity was as follows.
Visualize your ascendance. Reimagine yourself as someone who can reach the top of that ladder. Shed your old identity, tear it off, throw it aside like dead skin. You won't need it, not where you're going.
The resemblance to Pastor Jenner's sermons was uncanny. Kai's video even encouraged that his audience leave scraps out to lure stray cats into their homes, and then, once they had one, to take a knife and, well, you remember what happened in Darrington. But Kai Sanchez made sure to specify,
remember to hold the knife with your left hand.
Another online community was tagged by the Foundation for similar teachings. This group of insular men were trying to apply the same methodology primarily to attract women. However, they also reasoned it could be used to improve their own financial status and physical stature, all done through visualizing and believing that doing so would make these things improve, that having faith would grant them prosperity. This disturbed community even tried to use bug rattlers to emit frequencies to aid in attracting women. Contained within these rattlers were the preserved remains of cicadas. Male cicadas have tymbals, structures on their outer shell that emit a loud hissing, chittering noise that they often use to find a mate after spending so much time dormant underground, before burrowing up to the surface. And if you've been paying attention, you might be able to guess exactly where this is going. SCP-3089 is a phenomenon that occurs within communities of people who are seeking some form of prosperity. Whether that community be a town, a group of like-minded people online, or any other group of collected individuals. The particular type of prosperity these people are all seeking can be anything from spiritual enlightenment to financial success. The SCP Foundation does not yet quite understand exactly how SCP-3089 starts. only that the communities affected by it will attempt to achieve their chosen material success through the application of rituals, like visualizing what they hope to overcome and achieve, and practicing sacrifices. In short, these people have to believe these acts will grant them what they want. They need to be willing to go far enough to do unspeakable things. They need to have faith. Although what they don't realize is, some things can feed on that faith. They can harvest it. Before these communities realize the terrible things that they have done, or who exactly has tricked them into performing these rituals, they'll begin to undergo a horrific transformation process, known as SCP-3089-B. It begins in the chrysalis stage. Members of a community that have been affected by SCP-3089 will experience a declined state of metabolism, now classified as an instance of SCP-3089-A. Their brain activity, heart rate, and body temperature will all begin to lower. Over a period of between 3 and 6 hours, these people will then suffer a change to their epidermis, the outer layer of skin. It starts to harden until it has formed a dense, brittle substance, like a shell. Next comes the second stage of SCP-3089-B, metamorphosis. Internally, SCP-3089-A individuals will develop a number of tetromas, a type of germ cell tumor that can contain several different types of tissue, such as hair, muscle, and bone. During the next 2 or 3 weeks, these tumors will expand and dissolve the person's soft tissue. Then there's the final stage, emergence. An instance of SCP-3089-A will exit its dormant state that began in the initial stage. Once they have awoken, then something exits the outer epidermal shell. It will not communicate. Some will retain remnants of internal organs, such as eyes or lungs. However, these are vestigial, no longer serving any purpose. The brain functions deviate from any normal human patterns. Having completed the process, this thing will attempt to burrow down into the soil via any means at its disposal. An outer shell, digging into the soil. The tunnels underneath Darrington, the genetic material uncovered below. Dermis tissue with 2 types of DNA, a mix of human and cicada. There is something out there. It is preying on people's faith, their longing for prosperity. Then when these communities are presented with someone who can take advantage of that faith, like Pastor Jenner or Kai Sanchez, they find themselves encouraged to push their faith to its furthest limit. And then they are rewarded by becoming something else, something nightmarish. The question is, when they wake up and crawl back out from their tunnels, leaving a sinkhole in their wake, where do these cicada creatures go? The fabric of our world is littered with strange doorways if you know where to look for them. Tears, portals, anomalies, all leading to places and planes beyond human imagining and understanding. And SCP-2317, otherwise known as a door to another world, certainly fits that description. Contained and kept at all times under the watch of armed guards, SCP-2317 appears to be a simple and unsuspecting wooden door in its frame. It hardly looks like it requires such extreme round-the-clock security, or needs a strange, secretive ritual that the Foundation performs, presumably to keep the door closed. But of course, sometimes the most interesting thing about a closed doorway isn't where it leads, it's what it keeps out. Even by the Foundation's already high standards, the requirements and regulations for personnel who are assigned to SCP-2317 seem oddly specific. Psychological testing is standard practice to work for the Foundation, but an additional hurdle that anyone has to clear before even getting to glimpse at this unassuming wooden door is having a score of at least 72 on the Milgram Obedience Examination. It is also mandatory that personnel assigned to maintaining it are both unmarried, with no children or next of kin, as well as an unwavering, unquestioning loyalty to the Foundation, pure devotion to its code and objectives. These may seem like strange requirements. After all, SCP-2317 is just a door, isn't it? Perhaps there's a reason that the Foundation keeps so much of the information about SCP-2317 buried deep under layers upon layers of security, with only the Overseer Council privy to the full details of its strange nature. Knowledge, as they say, is power. But maybe knowing too much about whatever is behind that door can prove deadly. Still, if SCP-2317 is a door to another world, an alternate dimension, or parallel reality, it must be safe enough to visit. After all, the Foundation has been sending personnel in there on a regular basis. Daily, in fact. According to the O5 Council, this is done as part of a procedure to maintain active containment of something lurking beyond that old wooden doorframe. But what could possibly warrant such constant maintenance and surveillance? In accordance with the Foundation's guidelines, all staff are required to rotate out of observing SCP-2317 after every 2 months, and spend the following 3rd month in full psychological counseling before they are permitted to return to the containment unit housing the door to another world. It was after one of these month-long periods of evaluation that a Foundation guard was informed that his security clearance has been raised to level 3, and that he'd been selected for the duty of carrying out 220 Calabasas. He knew the name instantly. This was the title given to the daily containment procedure that absolutely had to be carried out. The guard didn't question these orders. After all, he'd been selected precisely because of his loyalty to the Foundation. He did make one request to his commanding officer, however. He wanted to know what had happened to the last guard that had performed the procedure. "Didn't make it out of psychological evaluation," the officer replied. Not letting this affect his dedication, the guard was told to prepare for Procedure 220 Calabasas, along with a fellow member of Foundation security personnel. The guard was instructed to gather everything on a strange list. The first was a pre-selected member of Class D personnel, specifically a convicted murderer. Class D refers to disposable class personnel, expendable individuals recruited by the Foundation for the sole purpose of testing SCPs. Class Ds were usually prison inmates repurposed for SCP testing, and the one chosen for 220 Calabasas was no exception, serving multiple life sentences for murders, or at least that's what the guard had been told. A Foundation personnel member instructed him to refer to the Class Ds solely as the assistant from that point on. Next, the guard collected a live chicken, an obsidian-edged knife, a silver aspergillum and aspersorium, to be filled with 500 cc's of holy water that had been blessed by a priest of the Abrahamic faith, and finally, a 1-kiloton nuclear device, which according to instructions was only to be detonated in the unlikely event of a catastrophic containment failure. In other words, the last resort. After following his instructions to the letter and without question, the guard and his colleague were briefed. The Foundation personnel member informed them that he'd be joining and leading them in the procedure. The staff member also specified that henceforth he'd be referred to as the Celebrant until the completion of 220 Calabasas. The guard was acutely aware of how specific these instructions were, but trusted in the Foundation, knowing that if they wanted this procedure performed a certain way, then it was in everyone's best interest to carry out the orders to the letter. But what the Celebrant then went on to explain raised far more questions about SCP-2317 and the nature of Procedure 220 Calabasas. The Class D joining them wasn't actually a Class D. The assistant, as they were now referred to, was in reality another Foundation staff member, with a Level 4 security clearance specifically tailored to SCP-2317. Every member of staff entering through SCP-2317 and taking an active role in 22 Calabasas needed to be informed that this assistant was not to be harmed or treated as a member of disposable class. Fighting back the nagging question of why the Foundation would employ this subterfuge, the guard, along with his fellow security officer, the Celebrant, and assistant, prepared for their departure through the door to another world at solar noon, when the sun was highest over SCP-2317. Solar noon, chickens, and holy water. This all seemed like an oddly occult combination for the Foundation. As they entered the old wooden door, beyond lay a barren salt plain, stretching out for kilometers in every direction. This alternate dimension, according to the briefing, was designated SCP-2317 Prime. The guard immediately noticed a ring of 7 pillars directly ahead of the group as they entered, each of them bearing intricately detailed engravings unlike anything from any era of ancient history. Procedure 220 Calabasas was carried out quickly but carefully, the guard watching as the Celebrant and assistant were careful not to miss a step. First, the Celebrant scattered holy water into the center of the pillars with the aspergillum and aspersorium. looking down at his feet and keeping a steady pace as he stepped counterclockwise around them. The guard watched intently as the celebrant completed his circuit around the pillars and turned to the assistant, anointing his head with holy water.
7 seals, 7 rings, 7 thrones for the Scarlet King,
he said aloud. The assistant, with the obsidian blade in his hand, took the chicken and dispatched it in sacrifice, letting its blood mix with the holy water. He then repeated the celebrant's circuit in the opposite direction before stepping into the center of the stone pillars.
Blood for the old gods, water for the new king,
the assistant recited, pouring the remaining mix of blood and holy water over a patch of salt in the middle of the 7 pillars. Even though he knew it wasn't his place to question the foundation, as the 220 Calabasas procedure took place, the guard couldn't help but wonder what all this was for. It seems so ritualistic, like something deeply religious or even magical. He never bought into all that occult mumbo-jumbo, even while working for the Foundation. But he had learned not to question anything, even the strangest and most inexplicable of sights. Little did he know that beneath his feet was an ancient and unknowable horror, a beast chained and lying in wait. Contained in a chamber directly underneath the pillars sat an impossibly large creature. Humanoid and obese, its body covered entirely in scales thicker than armor plating. Branch-like horns protruded from its jawless head, pointing up to chains that hung from the 7 pillars above, each one hooked into the entity's back. All but one of the chains was broken, a final withering shackle keeping the Devourer of Worlds in its underground prison. Ever since 1894 BCE, when Erexian mystics imprisoned it, the Devourer has been waiting patiently for its inevitable freedom. It knows, as well as the Foundation, that nothing can be done to prevent the final chain from one day breaking. Even Procedure 220 Calabasas won't keep the creature contained. It's nothing more than a smokescreen, an act designed to create an illusion of active containment and maintain Foundation morale until a permanent solution can be devised to keep SCP-2317 imprisoned. Of course, if the guard had known this, it would have also explained the need for a 1-kiloton nuclear device as part of this staged ritual. Procedure 220 Calabasas had all the components to trick everyone below the O5 Council, emulating religious and occult rituals, the increased level of security surrounding the procedure and its purpose, and telling staff that any failure to correctly and completely perform the 220 Calabasas procedure will result in an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. All these elements work together to conceal the truth that one day the Devourer will escape and lay waste to our dimension. Knowledge is power, and maybe knowing too much truly is deadly. Perhaps if the guard had learned any of this, he'd have understood why his predecessor never made it out of psychological evaluation. Maybe if he had questioned the purpose of Procedure 220 Calabasas, he'd have learned the true nature of SCP-2317 and what that doorway kept out. But he was loyal to the Foundation through and through. As the team finished performing 220 Calabasas and returned through the wooden door, the guard took one last glance over his shoulder at the vast salt plain. The entire dimension was calm, silent, but not peaceful. It was patient. The entity had waited centuries for its time, and now all it would take was the breaking of this 7th and final chain. One day. The door was closed behind the guard as he, the celebrant, the assistant, and his fellow security officers stepped back through. Their work done and, as far as they knew, preventing catastrophe for another day. Only the Foundation higher-ups, the Overseer Council, are aware of the true danger posed by SCP-2317 and its sole inhabitant. Current predictions are that at some point within the next 30 years, the Devourer of Worlds will be freed. Any and all attempts to repair or recreate the chains holding it in place have so far failed. As such, the O5 Council has elected to continue providing Foundation personnel with the ignorant hope that Procedure 220 Calabasas is an effective strategy for containment. As we've said, Sometimes, the most interesting thing about a closed door isn't where it leads, it's what it keeps out. In the case of SCP-2317, the unassuming wooden door holds at bay an ancient creature of untold power that will one day break free and wreak havoc in our dimension. Nothing the Foundation does can prevent it, or keep it contained behind the door to another world. And only the Overseer Council knows that any and all efforts to do so are futile. With all that in mind, we can only hope that the doorway of SCP-2317 stays closed, at least for a little while longer. The anomalous religions that the SCP Foundation has cataloged and studied over the years are many in number and bottomless in depth, with specialized paratheological researchers limiting themselves to just one or maybe two faiths, diving fully into a religion of their choice and mastering its forbidden knowledge. But the Foundation is careful to make sure that those researching these faiths don't succumb to their beliefs, as many anomalous religions are dangerous to the organizations in practice, involving tasks such as making blood pacts with ancient gods, or modifying one's body to better suit a divine purpose. There's some seriously nasty stuff involved in the immaterial world, almost to the point where it makes you wonder why anyone would be suckered into joining up with what appears to be, from the outside, just another cult of crazies. But let's not generalize. Religions, even those that are non-anomalous, are all strange from the outside, even if one may seem natural to you. But one anomalous religion stands out from all the rest as having more active followers, more history, and more documented culture than any other, and that is Sarcasm. Hold on to your flesh, because today on SCP Explained, we're going to be answering the question, what is Sarcasm? And hopefully don't get distracted and ritually sacrifice you, the viewer, in the name of the Grand Karcist Ion along the way. Let's get to it, meatbags. Before we begin, it's important to note that Sarcasm is an incredibly dense and deep religion, and that covering every last detail of it in a short period of time would be a Herculean, nigh impossible task for even the most well-read Sarkic lore masters. So where would you even start? What is Sarcasm? To best understand that, we're going to bring you back all the way to the beginning of human history, to the ancient world of the Eurasian continent, where sprawling empires ruled and war between them was an all too common occurrence. In what is now Central Siberia, the Davite Empire ruled with an iron fist. The Deva were a warrior culture, with militarism, conquest, gruesome human sacrifice, and thaumaturgic magic rituals being universally consistent in their culture, according to the few historical accounts available that make mention of the empire. The Davites practiced anomalous magic, arcane rituals, and sacrifices that bolstered their power, longevity, and standing within their society. The empire was ruled by a theocratic aristocracy called the Deva, those who were especially attuned to the anomalous world, who practiced cannibalism and thaumaturgy, and whose bodies were so warped and modified by decades of magic alteration that Foundation historians would come to the conclusion that the Deva were so divergent from modern humans that they could be considered a separate species altogether. But how the Deva relate to Sarcasm remains the question, and the answer is found in the Empire's slave-owning culture. The Davites owned many, many slaves, people they had brought or taken from their lands as a sign of pure Davite power in the form of ownership over another human being. Davite city-states had massive sprawling slave populations, and among those was a young boy by the name of Ion. Ion's appearance would be depicted over the years by Sarkic art and culture as inconclusive and varied, whether it was their gender or even the question of whether or not Ion resembled a human. The cult of personality that would crop up around Ion would be a testament to Sarcasm's eventual widespread culture. But it was here in ancient Western Siberia where those seeds of Sarcasm originated. According to the most prominent Sarkic texts, Ion was a slave, like many others in the Davite Empire. Born into slavery by a Davite mother and a concubine father, the circumstances of Ion's birth indicate that he was destined to be a slave from the onset. But there was something remarkable about them. Ion, in the eyes of his masters, was different from other slaves. He was intelligent, and so much so that the decision was made for Ion to serve under a Davite priestess, where he could hone his skills to serve the Empire in ways unlike the other slaves, who toiled away constructing massive public works, or died in foreign lands on the field of battle. Ion did not understand what differentiated him from others and why he deserved such special treatment, but it was the realization that the only thing separating him from his masters was the possession of power that would serve as the basis for Sarkicism's founding doctrines. Ion watched in horror as those they knew succumbed to the backbreaking work that the Empire forced upon its slaves, and how prevalent death and destruction were among its people. Inside, Ion grew a great rage for the Davites, who flaunted their power over others in the form of slavery. He wished to transcend the physical limitations that kept him and his fellow slaves in bondage and service to the Davites. Ion knew that their masters practiced thaumaturgy, a form of magic that granted great power to its users, and in a brutal world where power is what defines who is master and who is slave, the prospects of achieving it became more important to Ion than anything else. If he could harness such power for himself, Ion could break free from the chains of slavery that kept him subservient to those Davite masters. He would achieve apotheosis, the belief that an individual could ascend to godhood through raw power and unbridled will. Over time, Ion's hatred of the so-called living gods of the Deva grew so strong that he actively began plotting their downfall. Around 1800 BCE, Ion's influence among the lowest ranks of the Empire was inescapable. He was charismatic, he was a slave, he was powerful, and he spoke of violence, of seizing Davite magic for himself and using it to elevate himself into power. Ion's tenets and beliefs appealed to the slave population, who also grew hungry for freedom. Ion's creed spread like wildfire and would form the basis for all Sarkic belief in the centuries that came. First, there was apotheosis, which Ion was striving to achieve, and the path to doing so was the will to power. The next belief covered that concept in depth. Ion believed that the will to power was the primary driving force of man. As an individual seeks to master all things within its domain, they exert that power onto others, and others have the ability to exert it back in opposition. Desire is the measure of power, and those with a stronger will always triumph over the weak. The next belief was the act of theophagy, a hypothetical tenet that Ion was toying with after observing the Davite religion for years. Theophagy referred to the act of sacrificial consumption of a god, and upon eating them, achieving thaumaturgical, reality-bending, and all-powerful abilities. There were many gods in the universe, and this Ion knew, but none of them were fit for him to worship. Instead, he would crave their power. As a metaphorical example of theophagy, Ion wanted nothing more than to consume the Davite Empire whole, taking its power for his own. Next, there was the idea of sacrifice, whether it was for the sacrifice of the self for the benefit of many, or the sacrifice of many for the benefit of the individual. Ion believed, much like his masters, that ritual sacrifice was a powerful tool that could be used as a means to achieve an end. Those who commanded the sacrifice were showing their power, bringing them that much closer to apotheosis. Those who were sacrificed were experiencing strife, which would only make them stronger than before. Muscles suffer damage, but eventually heal. The mind develops toleration against hardship, such as slavery. This cycle of destruction and regeneration in strife was, according to Ion, one of the greatest tutors in the natural world. Ion's final core belief would be the most prominent outward-facing indicator of Sarkicism, and that was the idea of shepherding the flesh. Ion believed that all living things descended from a single progenitor, an all-powerful god known as Yaldabaoth, who the Sarkists would later regard as the principal power in the universe. Yaldabaoth's relationship with Sarkicism is tenuous at best, with modern Sarkic cults either admiring or fearing the enemy. One thing is certain though, Yaldabaoth remains present in all Sarkic culture, even if the religion doesn't exactly worship the god itself. Yaldabaoth was a destroyer who fed upon gods, worlds, and stars, who incidentally created the entire universe and life itself as a result of its power-hungry actions. The creation stories talk of Yaldabaoth as a blind entity, driven solely by instinct, fueled by the forces of primordial chaos. As life was created as a result of Yaldabaoth's existence, it was ultimately unguided by intelligence, and its spread throughout the universe was similar to that of a germ than anything grand or divine. Ion, upon learning of these myths, came to the conclusion that the multiverse itself was only an altar that held life's existence, which was brought into reality for the ultimate sacrifice at the hands of Yaldabaoth. The entity would one day reclaim all of existence for itself, harvesting what it created and consuming it whole, as this was Yaldabaoth's nature and purpose as the ultimate being of the cosmos. Ion saw this shared ancestry among life as the key to genetic modification. As all life was derived from Yaldabaoth, it held a similar genetic code, and it would become the Sarkic right to guide and cultivate organic matter, stealing the genes of other life forms or creating entirely new ones. Through this perversion of life, Ion felt he could ascend from something ordinary to a living god, fueled by the unending cycle of sacrifice and creation. With his radical power-hungry beliefs rapidly spreading throughout the Devite Empire, mostly among its slaves, the leading Deva became fearful of Ion. Attempts to assassinate him or usurp Ion's influence were met with failure, and only fueled the mission of his followers, furthering the belief that if they were to achieve godhood, they had to overthrow the Devites, who were the most present, all-powerful beings in their lives. This all came to a head when Ion launched his final act against the Devite Empire. After years of sowing the seeds of disharmony and hate among the slave population, Ion rallied his followers and swept them up into a full-scale rebellion. In a short time, Ion overthrew the province he grew up in, fueled by the rage of his followers, who mercilessly razed the city and slaughtered the Devites like animals. Those who were present could see the inscription Ion brought to his followers, how he commanded them as if he were a living god, how he used the reality-bending magic of the Deva and turned it against them, with his followers utilizing anomalous warfare in a horrific, gruesome way. Flesh was turned into a weapon. Living beings were contorted and transformed into monstrosities and abominations that fueled the Sarkic war machine. Deva thaumaturgy simply could not compete against the permeating, powerful, and unrestricted abilities of Ion's followers. Before long, the city fell before the being who had, in that moment of bloodlust and fury, achieved apotheosis. The being who was now known as the Grand Karcist Ion. The Grand Karcist and his followers rampaged through the ancient world, felling cities and entire empires to serve as stepping stones in their path to godhood. Their weapons and armor were unlike anything else at the time, and their utilization of powerful flesh-bending magic made them unstoppable on the field of battle. The city of Aditium was established as the Sarkic Holy City, where Ion ruled as the Sorcerer King and as a living deity. Texts from this period suggest that Ion had somehow usurped control of Yaldabaoth, the Devourer itself, wearing the flesh of the old god as a sort of armor and crafting a kingdom from its body. While the depiction is most likely only a metaphor for how much Ion resembled Yaldabaoth in philosophy and pure power, the image of a living god devouring and succeeding the old one is a striking visual that surely empowered many Sarkists at the time. Another story from Sarkic mythology during this period is the 6 Ordeals of Ion, a parable that told of 6 challenges that were issued to Ion by the Archons, the servants of Yaldabaoth, who challenged the newly crowned king of Aditum. By enduring their trials, Ion mastered the rituals, practices, and beliefs ubiquitous to Sarkicism, and broke free from the bondage of mortal limitations. But the authenticity of this myth is debated, and the nature of the ordeals and Ion's further relationship with Yaldabaoth remains unknown. But why did the Grand Karcist Ion, with his flowing red robes and wielding his all-powerful staff, who twisted flesh and drew blood when he so much as drew breath, fall into such obscurity that his religion remains a mysterious and obscure footnote in the Foundation's archives? If the Sarkists were as powerful as these early texts state, where are they today? Why did the horrific city of Aditum, built of living organic material that stood monument to Ion's indomitable will, fall? In Sarkicism's golden age, from 1600 and 1200 BCE, the religion's permeation was inescapable. Like the diseases they wielded in their wars, Sarkicism spread like a contagion around the world. Everywhere they went, they assimilated tribes and villages into their ranks, fighting under the banner of Aditum and the Sarkic faith. This expanded empire would be referred to as Kalmaktama, or the Deathless. Many tried to defeat these brutal invaders, including the king of the Hittite Empire himself, but all fell before them. As the Kalmaktama Empire attempted to establish a foothold in the Mediterranean, invading and colonizing the islands of Cyprus, Crete, and Gyros. For the first time in Sarkic history, the tides of war began to turn against the religion. A coalition of kingdoms were formed in response to the Sarkic threat, created by the Egyptians, Greeks, Minoans, Canaanites, Assyrians, and most importantly, the Mechanites, who were the followers of the Church of the Broken God. The cult of Mechane, the Broken God, had urged these kingdoms to unite against the Sarkic threat, and now united, outfitted their allies with superior Mechanite technology that anomalously enhanced the Empire's war capabilities, putting them on par with the Sarkic death sorcerers. And so a great war was waged between the Kalmaktama Empire and the coalition of kingdoms. The details of such are largely lost to time, but the war itself was fought with the full power of the Sarkists and the Mechanites clashing with one another, and its consequences left an imprint on the Earth itself. A death toll that estimates place at 20 to 30 million, mass graves, anomalous weapons, and even the deployment of giant mechanical beings created by the Mechanites known as Colossi that rampaged through Sarkic settlements and cities. Though the battle was costly on both sides, the Kalmaktama Empire fell to the coalition, and the once impenetrable city of Editum was destroyed forever. Sarkicism would fall into obscurity, and the Empire would be forgotten, possibly because it was much easier than remembering the horrors Ion subjected the world to. The Grand Karsist himself disappeared, his whereabouts unknown shortly after the fall of Editum. Some said he had ascended into godhood, leaving the world behind. Others said he was slain in battle, nothing more than a man who believed he would never die. The Sarkic religion was effectively extinguished from the world, never to be seen again. Or so, that's what the coalition was led to believe. Though the Empire and Editum fell, and Ion disappeared, an idea as tantalizing and powerful as Sarkicism is difficult to snuff out entirely. In reality, Sarkicism would continue in secret, in both its homeland in the Urals and among the offshoot tribes that had fought under Editum's banner. These sects of Sarkicism would practice their beliefs in their war-ravaged homeland, which suffered a great collapse, resulting in the fall of kingdoms, a crisis of refugees, and a decline of art, literature, science, and technology. Lingering disease and famine from Sarkic biological weapons spread even to the kingdoms of the coalition, resulting in an event historians refer to as the Late Bronze Age collapse. The empire that was once deathless had now fallen, but its followers remained, practicing their power-craving rituals in secret and without centralization. This led to a Sarkic diaspora, where various sects and Sarkic cults, each with culturally distinct beliefs, would crop up throughout the Eurasian continent. While the Foundation is unsure of the specifics of these cults' activities and beliefs, elements of Sarkicism would soon begin to permeate the upper echelon of society, infiltrating Carpathian cults or sought out by nobles themselves who ignored the rumors of devil worship and witchcraft to seek out Sarkic power for their courts. The tempting power that Sarkicism granted made it a popular choice to be practiced in secret by upper-ranking royals and even entire noble families. From their position of power, where they had access to knowledge, influence, and a fresh supply of sacrifices, Sarkicism endured. Over time, this would result in the formation of Sarkic great houses, where families practiced their own interpretation of Sarkicism, the religion that was now mutated into hundreds upon hundreds of variations and subcultures. These great houses would focus on individualism and applying their powers to fulfill their self-serving needs. Sarkicism, now decentralized completely, would spread throughout Europe via marriage, as a high society of cults and magicians whose true motives for ruling their kingdoms and provinces were kept hidden behind their meaty flesh curtain of absolute secrecy. Today, the Sarkic cults persist, and their anomalies are frequently uncovered by the Foundation. Understanding them and their religion, however, is another ordeal entirely, and the majority of Sarkic history, culture, and practices are unknown to the organization, but they're still out there, in the highest ranks of urban society, in the most remote villages of the world. There will always be those who crave to wield flesh, the followers of Ion who hope to achieve apotheosis, however they may believe they can do so. Though the details remain unclear, there is one thing the Foundation has realized over its years of studying the religion: Sarkicism has, and always will, remain. Captain Francis Pike leads his team across the Arctic tundra. In the distance, they can see the city of Audapaupadopolis. It floats 7.8 kilometers above the ground, and is filled with mysteries and treasures beyond even the Foundation's wildest dreams. It is September of 1933 when the SCP Foundation first catches winds of something odd going on in the Arctic. A British airman named Sir George Danson flies over the North Sea heading to Norway. After he lands in Oslo, Danson begins ranting about a floating city. The Foundation immediately disseminates contradictory information and manipulates the story to include that Danson had been drinking during his flight. So everything he is saying is probably the result of a drunken hallucination. While SCP agents spread lies, the Foundation immediately launches an investigation. The team that is sent to the Arctic confirms what Danson claims to have seen. There is indeed a floating city there. Now Captain Pike and his team stare at the island in the sky as their hot air balloons are filled behind them. The Arctic wind whips up small snow tornadoes as the temperature plummets. The balloons are ready, and Pike orders his men to board. They lift off from the ground and pull their parka hoods over their heads to protect them from the Arctic blasts at high altitudes. Pike and his team slowly drift over the city of Audapaupadopolis. When they are somewhat in the middle of the floating island, the hot air balloons are lowered and the team lands without incident. To their surprise, the exploratory team finds that the floating city has its own microclimate, which is much more pleasant than the frigid Arctic. They remove their winter gear. "Proceed with caution," Pike tells his men. "We have no idea what we're going to find in the city." The architecture is clearly old, but not exactly like anything on Earth today. It seems to be a conglomerate of ancient Mesopotamian design mixed with the design features of several other cultures. Many of the buildings that line the stone streets are crumbling, and the city overall is in ruins. Pike leads his team down a series of roads. Scientists photograph and take notes of the city for Foundation records. SCP agents check around every corner to make sure there is nothing hiding in the shadows. The team comes to a crossroads. "Halt!" Pike shouts. Standing in front of them is an old man with long gray hair and a white beard. He seems to be of Middle Eastern descent. "Hello, friends," the old man says. "Welcome to Audapaupadopolis. I am the caretaker of the city. I've been expecting you. Please follow me." The old man turns around and proceeds down the causeway. Pike hesitates for a moment. "Stay alert," he whispers to the agents behind him. Then he begins to follow the old man down the street. As Pike walks, he takes in the grandeur that the city once held. The roads are as wide as the main avenues back in London, while the buildings, although in shambles, still retain some of their ancient beauty. Pike begins to walk a little faster to catch up with the old man. "What happened here?" he asks. The man turns his head. "All will be revealed soon, Francis Pike. Just be patient." "How do you know my name?" asks Pike. The old man smiles. They turn another corner and in front of them is the Grand Hall. It seems to have survived whatever catastrophe befell the rest of the city. Pike stops and stares up at the massive structure with his mouth ajar. "Come," says the old man, as he motions the SCP team to follow him up the steps into the main hall. "Let's eat." The old man prepares a simple meal, but one that fills the stomachs and satisfies Pike and his men. At the conclusion of the meal, Captain Pike approaches the mysterious man. "I feel like you deserve an explanation as to who we are and why we're here," Pike says. The old man raises his hand. "You are from the Foundation," he replies. "I already know about the Foundation and you, Francis Pike. I have been waiting for you to arrive for a long time. There are things I need to show you in the city. There are old secrets and ancient relics from the past that you were sent here to learn about." Pike looks at the man and squints. "What are you talking about? How could you know we were coming? And what relics are you referring to exactly?" The old man grins and places a hand on Captain Pike's shoulder. Pike feels a longing emotion well up inside of him. It's as if he has been waiting for this moment his whole life. "Come," says the old man. "You and your men need rest." He shows Pike and the exploration team to several rooms down the hallway where they can set up for the night. The rooms are large and comfortable. "Sleep well, Francis Pike. Tomorrow I have much to show you." The old man leaves the room and proceeds down the hallway to his small, humble chamber. The next morning, Pike and the other SCP agents are greeted by the rising sun and the old man waiting for them on the steps of the Grand Hall. He leads them through the city. "There are 3 temples I wish to show you," the old man says to Pike. "You will notice that their architecture and imagery differ from most of the other structures in the city. Make sure you listen very carefully, Francis Pike, as what you're about to learn could save the universe, or perhaps destroy it." Pike is speechless. All he can do is nod his head. The old man leads the SCP agents to the middle of the city where the 3 temples reside. Each one has its own unique iconography and style. The art seems to reflect important events in history or subjects that hold significance in the past. The old man proceeds to walk towards the first temple. Upon entering the structure, there is a mural of 2 naked people watching the horizon from a tree line. Behind them are a wolf and bear that seem to be protectively standing guard. Directly opposite of this picture is a painting of a figure holding a flaming sword on a hill. As Pike and his team enter the main hall, they are welcomed by a gigantic mural depicting the sun rising over Audapaupadopolis. "This is where the Temple of Sunrise gets its name," the old man says, gesturing to the mural on the far wall. Below the sunrise is a golden man holding a spear with a silver point. He wears a shining crown. Pike can't help but notice that the man in the mural looks similar to their guide, just a lot younger. Perhaps it's his son or a relative, Pike thinks to himself. Above the sunrise is a dragon with green eyes. Engraved across the dragon's body are the words, "They will know what is." The other walls contain images of the same golden man. In one picture, he stands at the foot of a throne with a naked woman wrapped in snakes behind him. On another, the golden man sits on the throne with an iron crown hovering above his head. Behind him are monoliths of 5 figures. One is made of gears and steel. Another is made of flesh and blood. The third is made of ice and stone. The fourth is made of stars. And the final is made of eyes. The SCP agents in the room begin to buzz with excitement. They start recording everything they see. "We must continue on," the old man says. "There isn't much time left." Pike nods and orders a small team to stay behind to continue documenting the Temple of Sunrise. The next building they enter is the Temple of Sunset. Within the walls are maps of different towns and landscapes. One of the maps is Audapaupadopolis itself. The words, "The Lands of Men," are scrolled over the map in the entry hall. The old man stops at the opening to the main gallery. "Prepare yourself, Francis Pike. What you are about to witness will not be pleasant." They head into the next room where the temperature immediately shoots up. "What the hell is producing all of that heat?" Pike asks. There is nothing but crumbling walls and fallen columns visible in the room. One of the scientists hollers from the back of the group. "Jesus! Sir, I think you need to take a look at this!" He walks up to Pike and hands him a pair of thermal imaging goggles. Pike puts them on. "Damn," Pike mutters. With the thermal lenses on, he can now see a massive humanoid entity lying dead on the floor. His body is so large that it covers the murals on 3 of the walls. Pike notices that the temperature in the room is still continuing to increase as the dead giant is radiating heat. The Foundation classifies the entity as SCP-4840-B. It has 6 arms and 6 legs, each connected by metal chains to iron flails at the end. A sigil has been brandished into the middle of the entity's chest. "What is that?" Pike asks. The old man just shakes his head. "One of the many who have fallen," he responds. The old man points to the only wall that is not blocked by the massive body of SCP-4840-B and frowns. The golden man is depicted here as well. Pike can't help but feel there is some sort of connection between Audapaupadopolis, the old man, and the golden figure he keeps seeing in the murals. In the Temple of Sunset, the golden man sits atop a white horse with his iron crown resting on his head. Behind him is a massive army of men and women, holding axes and swords. Across from the golden man and his army are legions of green and gray figures with 6 eyes dressed in brilliantly colored clothing. An intense lightning storm appears to be amassing in the distance. Captain Pike looks up to the ceiling to see it covered in stars. However, he does not recognize any of the constellations. "Is the golden man I keep seeing you?" But before Pike can finish his question, the old man cuts him off. "We must be going!" He turns and exits the temple. Pike does not want to push the old man. He seems to be a wealth of knowledge, and the only way to learn more about Audapaupadopolis and what it all means. They exit the Temple of Sunset and continue to the final structure in the middle of the city. The old man leads Pike and the rest of the SCP agents to the smallest temple of the 3. He stops just outside of the doorway. "This is the Temple of the Night," he proclaims. "What you see on the surface is deceiving. This temple goes deep underground. It contains a labyrinth of passages that one could get lost in forever, so please be careful." "Are you coming?" Pike asks. "No," responds the old man. "I do not enter the Temple of Night. I have my reasons, which do not concern you. Pike nods, and then signals his men to follow him into the temple. He notices that many of the murals in the passageways and rooms of the Temple of Night depict the same image of a massive tree in the middle of a vast forest. In each instance of the tree, there seem to be red lights surrounding the base, human-like figures hanging from its branches, and structures wrapped in vines surrounding the trunk. The hallways are illuminated by some unknown light source. It is as if torches line the walls and give off a dull yellowish glow, but there is no fire to be seen. Embedded in the walls are sarcophagi, with intricate carvings in their stone casings. Pike can't help but notice scratching sounds coming from within the sarcophagi, as if someone or something is trying to claw its way out. The exploration team reaches the innermost chamber of the temple. There is a staircase in the middle of the room that descends below the floor. However, its entrance is covered by rubble from a collapsed wall. Suddenly, an SCP agent runs up to Captain Pike. "Sir, I think you should see this." Pike follows the man back through a series of twists and turns. He stops at a closed door. The Foundation seal is carved into the wood. It seems as if the carving has been there for a long time, which is impossible since they are the first SCP team to explore the city of Audapaupadopolis. The agent pushes open the door and Pike steps in. He is astonished by what he finds. It seems he has been transported to an abandoned Foundation site. All of the lights are off, but he can tell that it is some kind of central command center due to the screens and setup of the space. Painted in black block letters on one of the walls is Site 000000. Pike quickly exits back through the entryway and shuts the door behind him. He looks at the SCP agent who brought him into the room.
Secure this door and make sure no one gets in or comes out. Do I make myself clear?
Pike orders his men to exit the temple. After everyone comes out, Captain Pike walks over to the old man who is sitting on the steps outside. "Did you find what you were looking for, Francis Pike?" the old man asks. Captain Pike shakes his head. He stares down, eyes wide, at the stone steps of the temple. "I see," says the old man. "I have something else to show you, Francis Pike." The old man leads Pike to the grand hall that they had slept in the night before. He brings him through a series of passageways and down a staircase. They stop in front of a large door.
"Open it,"
the old man whispers. Captain Francis Pike walks up to the door and pushes it open. On the other side is endless darkness, from which he hears his own voice speaking to him through the ether. Pike begins to walk towards the darkness. The old man places his hand on Pike's shoulder and pulls him back. Then he shuts the door. "The light of the world has long since left that place, and mortal man can no longer walk it," says the old man. "I needed to show it to you as a warning. Things are not always what they seem, Francis Pike." That night, Pike lies awake staring at the ceiling of the grand hall, thinking about the old man. He sits up and begins jotting down his thoughts. In his official report, he identifies the old man as SCP-4840-A, but in his journal, he can't help but refer to him as a friend. There is something about the old man, something special. Pike knows there is much more to his story, and the story of the flying city of Audapaupadopolis. If you've ever studied ancient Egypt in your history class, then you are probably familiar with the way they buried their pharaohs. When a king of Egypt died, their body would be entombed in a huge sarcophagus, usually after being mummified. Mummification was the process that the ancient Egyptians used to preserve their dead, safeguarding a corpse with special chemicals and the application of cloth almost like bandages. This was done to keep cadavers from decaying, usually because of the belief that this would carry over into the afterlife. And it wasn't just the Egyptians that practiced mummification either. Mummies of human beings or animals have been found on almost every continent in the world. Sometimes a body can even be accidentally mummified through exposure to extreme cold, lack of oxygen, or other environmental factors that help keep the deceased preserved. Fun fact, the oldest recorded mummy isn't even one left behind by the ancient Egyptians. It is actually a naturally mummified severed head, estimated to be 6,000 years old. It was unearthed in South America in 1936. Yes, corpse preservation techniques can indeed be strange, but none are stranger than SCP-1176. Also known by the nickname, the Mellified Man. Now, as you may have already pieced together, the Mellified Man is a mummified corpse, but not quite like the ones you would expect to find buried in the pyramids. estimated by Foundation researchers to have been a man in his mid-30s when he died. SCP-1176 is a corpse that has degraded so much over the centuries that it has made DNA examination impossible. According to some of the SCP Foundation's best minds, SCP-1176 is possibly of Arabian ancestry, and thought to have passed away sometime during either the 10th or the 11th centuries AD. This is certainly not your ordinary mummy, and it definitely isn't like the kind you'd see in a cheesy black and white horror movie or on an old episode of Scooby-Doo. SCP-1176 is absolutely, undoubtedly dead by all clinical definitions. It doesn't show any signs of breathing, and the processes of blood circulation or metabolism have long since stopped. However, despite the decay suffered by the rest of the body, SCP-1176's brain seems to have remained intact for almost 10 whole centuries. Not just intact, but active. The Foundation's researchers have confirmed that the brain has a constant level of electrical activity, consistent with people experiencing Stage 3 non-rapid eye movement sleep, known colloquially as deep sleep. So, a mummy with an active albeit dormant brain. How does an ancient culture manage to achieve preservation like this? Alien technology? Cryogenic sleep chambers? Suspended animation? No, not quite. SCP-1176 exists in its current state in part because the body has been mummified. Now, this was a process a lot like mummification, but instead of wrapping them in cloth, a mummified man or a human mummy confection was created by submerging a dead body in honey. According to historical records, elderly men in Arabic countries would sometimes willingly volunteer themselves for this process. Why? Because the goal was to turn their bodies into a healing confection. In other words, an elaborate sweet delicacy created from a preserved corpse. That's right. Ancient cultures had candy made from dead people. All the information the Foundation has gathered about SCP-1176 seems to point to the body being one such mummified man. When extracting the remaining bodily fluids from the corpse, instead of finding blood or other normal substances, Foundation researchers discovered that SCP-1176 was full of a viscous gold-colored liquid that they designated as SCP-1176-1. Further testing of this fluid revealed it to be, you guessed it, honey. Specifically, it was a type known as clover honey, made by a species called the Anatolian honeybee. This stuff was everywhere, filling SCP-1176 entirely. So much so that honey was even coming out of the body's pores. This is due to the nature of the mummification process. Typically, before death, a person who had offered to sacrifice their own body would stop eating any food. Instead, their diet would consist solely of honey and nothing else. They would even bathe in it, submerging their entire body in the substance inside and out until their sweat and even their feces were pure honey. This honey-only diet would eventually kill the donor, and their corpse would be placed in a stone coffin, which was also filled up with even more honey. After approximately 100 years, what would be left was human mummy confection, a honey-based candy of sorts that could be then sold at street markets for a high-value price. Why was it so expensive? Well, not just because it was literally made from a dead person, but also because this confection was believed to possess rare and powerful healing properties. Everything from the common cold to broken bones was said to be cured by it. Despite it leaking out of SCP-1176, the honey doesn't seem to ever run out, even when tested under varying conditions. It seems like the mummified man actively produces more of the sweet golden substance, acting as the source rather than a container with a finite amount. And yes, it is still edible after several centuries. In fact, it contains an abundance of essential vitamins and nutrients. According to the Foundation's testing, the honey produced by SCP-1176 can suppress the feeling of hunger for up to 18 whole hours, and there are no long-term side effects for most that eat it. However, this is not the case for everyone. The Foundation has learned that any person without the blood type AB positive will have a severe allergic reaction should they consume any of SCP-1176-1. The symptoms include acute hemolysis, which means the red blood cells won't break down properly, and renal failure, which is when the kidneys stop functioning. This all results in death for most of the subjects without AB-positive blood who were fed SCP-1176-1. The symptoms for these unlucky people were the same as receiving an incompatible blood type after a transfusion. In 1985, the SCP Foundation launched a raid on a facility in Asmara, Eritrea, which at the time was owned by a group called the Mana Charitable Foundation. Agents had been dispatched to this facility after various rumors and reports that pointed to this location being the source of a strange honey substance. This anomalous liquid was being shipped to a number of areas in Ethiopia that had been stricken with famine. Pretty easy to guess where the Mana Charitable Foundation got all that honey, right? The problem was, because SCP-1176-1 caused adverse effects on people without AB-positive blood, a considerable amount of civilians had died from consuming it. Hence, the SCP Foundation was forced to step in. When SCP-1176 was first uncovered, the body had been stored inside a large stone sarcophagus, as was part of the ancient practice of creating a mellified man. There was also a copper pipe and spigot installed by the Mana Charitable Foundation to extract the honey from within. The lid, sides, and inside of the sarcophagus itself had a number of Egyptian hieroglyphics inscribed within. These were mostly spells and ceremonial texts written as a way to protect the individual that was to become the mellified man. There were also inscriptions written in a dialect that was an early precursor to the Arabic language. However, these sections had been replaced with updated versions in Classical Arabic. One of these read, Abdallah ibn Salah ibn Ayub ibn Nasir, 15th son of the great Sheikh illegible, was put to the fast of honey on the 1st of Rajab in the year of the Hijra 3 illegible, and died on the 15th of Ramadan. The great Imam al-Yusuf has sealed him within the ancient vessel, marked with the signs decreed by the ancients to ferment in honey for 100 years, and bring aid to the people in time of need. Much like a headstone used to mark the grave of someone who has passed, the sarcophagus that SCP-1176 was in featured a passage commemorating a man who gave his life and body to heal others. Sounds nice, right? But there was another inscription, written elsewhere on the stone sarcophagus, which translated a dire warning. Beware, Imam, for the mark of Iblis is upon this one. According to the rest of the second inscription, the tomb containing SCP-1176 had been opened before. During a time of great famine, Imam al-Malik had ordered it to be opened so that SCP-1176-1 honey could be used to feed the starving people. Jars upon jars were filled with the anomalous golden liquid and brought to the sheikh, the ruler of the land, as well as sent to the people suffering from the lack of food. However, the very next day a number of these people fell ill, stricken by a terrible fever that ultimately claimed their lives. Only the sheikh, his brothers, and his sons, who had all eaten the honey, survived. Any others who hadn't been killed by the fever accused the sheikh and his family of sorcery, and these surviving subjects attempted to destroy the body that had produced this cursed nectar. But when the sheikh's people found the mellified man, they witnessed in horror as the body stood upright, dancing around as it screamed and taunted the people. Al-Malik declared that the devil himself sent an evil spirit to corrupt SCP-1176. The honey confection was meant to be a means of healing, but it had been corrupted. The sarcophagus was then sealed, and the inscription on it finished with the following caution to any that found it. May God strike down any who would break these seals. Countless centuries later, once the SCP Foundation had recovered SCP-1176 and the sarcophagus containing it, they began testing with the mellified man. Their goal was to determine how much of the SCP-1176-1 honey the ancient corpse could produce, perhaps in the hopes of using this substance as a form of hunger-relieving field ration for their operatives. Removing the body from its sarcophagus, Foundation researchers placed SCP-1176 on a metal grate, designed to drain the honey as it was produced instead of allowing it to build up. Over the course of several hours, more and more honey seemed to be produced, beginning at a rate of almost a liter per hour to almost 56 liters every hour. But then, after 10.5 hours of producing what seemed like an endless flow of honey, something unexpected happened. The deceased body of the mellified man, dead for hundreds if not thousands of years, woke up. Foundation staff detected a spike in brain activity. If you cast your mind back to earlier, You'll remember that SCP-1176's brain had managed to survive and stay intact long after it should have decayed. The mellified man opened his eyes and immediately started to wildly flail around. He made a number of distressed sounds, the long dead body trying to crawl towards the outskirts of the testing chamber. Thanks to so many of its organs and muscles having withered away over the years, SCP-1176 was barely able to see or understand its surroundings. It couldn't speak, not properly anyway, given that its tongue had long since decayed. The Foundation's personnel moved in to try and restrain the ancient and now animated body, hoping to sedate it before SCP-1176 caused any lasting damage to itself. Eventually, staff were able to force SCP-1176 back into its sarcophagus, slamming the stone lid back in place and trapping it within. They could hear the once human creature screeching and vocalizing from inside, bashing against the inside of the stone coffin with its head and limbs. It took 3 whole hours of this for the mellified man to return to its usual state, by which time its ancient bones were fractured beyond repair. SCP-1176 is a sad tale of a man who had willingly given his life to be a source of healing for people in need. He allowed himself to be mellified, turning into a confection that could bring an end to famine. And yet somehow, this was corrupted and turned into something that spread fever and pestilence. For now, the mellified man sleeps, but his brain is still alive inside. While he might be asleep, he may never be able to rest.
It had been a long day. Expeditions like this were normally tiring, but with the intense heat of the Egyptian sun bearing down on them, every minute felt like hours, and every hour a lifetime. Seth and Kayla were determined not to quit. They had traveled halfway around the world to get to this site, and they weren't about to let the elements stop them from uncovering the secrets they were searching for. The rumors had dated back centuries. Stories of a hidden tomb lost somewhere out in the desert. And as a likely pair of budding adventurer and an accomplished archaeologist, neither one of them could resist the chance to try and hunt down the tomb. If they could uncover it, they'd have one of the greatest archaeological finds of the century on their hands. Both Kayla and Seth would forever be remembered as the ones who discovered a supposedly unfindable ancient tomb. Having found their way to some ruins, the remains of a temple that had been all but razed to the ground, ravaged by the forces of time, Kayla and Seth had started searching for the tomb's entrance. The reason it had stayed uncovered for so long was the amount of sand that had covered it over the centuries, storms from the desert constantly rearranging the grains and piling on more. But right now, the skies were clear, and all they could do was keep digging, until, at long last, their shovels struck stone. Clearing a path to the entrance, Kayla flipped on a torch as she led her archaeologist friend down a flight of stairs carved into the stone. Seth followed her as they traversed further and further down, the air getting stale the deeper they went. The whole while there was a gnawing concern at the back of both of their minds that the rocky ceiling above could give way at any moment, trapping them both underground. But before each of them could voice their worry out loud, they arrived at a large stone door, left wide open about 20 meters beneath the surface. "Is this really it?" Kayla asked in disbelief. "It might be," Seth replied, the excitement in his voice like that of a kid on Christmas morning. Standing before them, beyond the threshold of the open entrance, was a chamber of stone. Its ceiling was secure, about 7 meters high, and the walls had been covered in hieroglyphics. Immediately, Seth shot over to the nearest wall, pulling a battered journal out of his bag to start to try to translate what had been written. While he was doing that, Kayla's attention fell over the rest of the room. For a tomb, there was a surprising lack of a sarcophagus, nor any other similar resting place for a body, with no signs that anyone else had already been here to remove one either. All there really was within was a few bowls, randomly placed around the chamber. Kayla's torchlight fell over one of the bowls, and she knelt down to take a closer look at its contents. It was filled with bread. They were all holding different foods: dates, figs, dried fish, and lentils. Of course, it wasn't uncommon for offerings to be left with the deceased during an ancient Egyptian burial, but strangely, none of these perishable foods seemed to have decayed in the centuries this tomb had been lost for. In fact, it all looked quite fresh, like it was still good enough to eat. Although the temptation to actually eat any of it quickly disappeared when Kayla reminded herself that While it might not look it, the food down here had to have been hundreds, maybe thousands of years old, despite how perfectly preserved it appeared. I think I've got something, Seth called enthusiastically. There's definitely a story in these hieroglyphics. You sure we're in the right place? Kayla asked as she crossed the room to where her colleague was. For a tomb, it doesn't seem like anyone was ever buried here. I've got a theory, he replied. This place might be more of a metaphorical tomb. Right, that makes complete sense. Her sarcasm was unmistakable. Look here, he said, pointing to one of the drawings on the wall as he spoke. It depicted a figure laying dead in a square space. I think that's meant to be this room. Someone dies here, and then Seth's finger moved to another of the hieroglyphics, one that Kayla recognized. It showed a being with the body of a man and the head of a jackal, taking the dead figure down into the afterlife. This was Anubis, one of the ancient Egyptian gods associated with the afterlife. According to legends and other texts gathered from the pyramids in Giza, Anubis oversaw the process the Egyptians would perform to embalm their dead, preserving them for their trip to the next world. Anubis takes whoever they are to the judgment hall of the afterlife to be brought before, Seth explained, only to be cut off. Osiris, god of fertility, the afterlife, and the dead, Kayla interrupted. She had already spotted the next being depicted in the glyphs, a tall figure with a distinctive headpiece, holding a symbolic crook and flail. Oversaw resurrection, life, probably many other things. Yeah, he was a god with a few different hats, Seth attempted to joke. Well, just the same one hat he's always shown wearing. Also, technically not a hat, the atif was a type of crown, and so, hold on, Kayla interjected again. Didn't Osiris only bring the pharaohs in for judgment? Who was this person that died? I mean, the Egyptians never went to this amount of trouble for their average Joes, and the gods wouldn't pay them any mind unless they were important somehow. I'm not sure, Seth answered earnestly. At any rate, this could all just be a myth. That's why I think this tomb is metaphorical. It wasn't built to house a dead person, but to keep people believing. She finished his sentence for him. He then pointed out the next part of the glyphs, the dead figure arriving in the afterlife, carried by Anubis for judgment, and then handing an object to Osiris. Seth explained there was a certain myth surrounding Osiris and his resurrection, a story that told of all of his dead body parts being found except one. Without it, the god could not be fully resurrected. My theory is that is Osiris's missing appendage, as it were. Seth's face was red as he tried to keep his composure. After our mysterious friend handed it over, the hieroglyphs showed the nameless dead figure being taken from Anubis's hand by Osiris, who then placed them back in the room they had started in, the same chamber Seth and Kayla were standing in. It seemed they had been resurrected after death. Giving Osiris something that the god had wanted had earned this figure a free pass back to the land of the living. The glyphs also showed bowls of food around the tomb, like the ones Kayla had found dotted around the room. There was a type of aura drawn around the unknown figure now, almost like a personal shield. According to the drawings and symbols on the walls and Seth's hastily translation of their meaning, this was some form of protection granted by Osiris himself. The aura was meant to prevent the figure from harm, meaning they couldn't die again. However, the next portion of the story showed Anubis damaging the shield, possibly out of jealousy or spite, or perhaps defying Osiris, tampering with the natural order of things by protecting the figure from death. As well as causing damage to the aura of immortality that Osiris had bestowed upon them, Anubis drained the figure of all of their blood, which then caused them to go and do the same to others. Seth continued interpreting aloud. It would find people, drink their blood to sustain it, like, don't say it, Kayla sighed. I mean, it's a lot like a Egypt gave us mummies. They can't have another native monster from horror B movies, she interrupted. Well, maybe the legend found its way here somehow, or at least a more ancient Egyptian version of it, her counterpart tried to reason. It looks like here the figure was far healthier after consuming blood. See how the aura around them is repaired now? But Seth, look at what they're standing on, Kayla whispered. One of the final images in the glyphs did display exactly what Seth had described, but beneath the feet of the figure, who now seemed replenished, was a mass of bodies, a pile of human corpses with one person standing at the very top. Who'd want to live forever anyway? Kayla muttered almost inaudibly. Hey, come and have a look at these. Leaning over, she picked up one of the food bowls from the floor, brimming with offerings of dates. She handed it to Seth, who marveled at how well preserved the food was. That's incredible, he remarked. This bowl looks like it's at least several thousand years old. I guess maybe 2500 BCE, but the dates... He picked one out of the bowl and sniffed it, put it back, and then did the same with another, making sure it wasn't a fluke. The conditions couldn't possibly have kept them fresh. So, how is it there are bowls of food all over this room that still look edible? She asked. I honestly have no... He began to say, but the sound of heavy, grinding stone interrupted Seth's sentence. Both he and Kayla looked in horror as they witnessed the entrance of the tomb being sealed, the heavy stone door dropping moments away from sealing them in. Seth, we need to run, Kayla urged, grabbing her bag. If we move now, we can get out of here before we get shut in. But... Seth protested, looking around the tomb, the glyph walls that had only just been discovered. Nobody would know that he and Kayla had found them if they ran now. He looked around the room, pondering for a moment, his eyes darting from a bowl of bread to the bowl of dates in his hands. We should at least take photos! No time! Our lives aren't worth proving what we found. Better to make it out than be buried alive, Kayla shouted, darting towards the entrance, ducking under the slowly lowering stone door. Seth, come on! She called from the other side. Despite her calls for him to move, her fellow explorer didn't follow. He just stood there, watching the door get lower and the only way back to the surface get narrower. By the time it had completely closed, Kayla's voice sounded so much further away that Seth could barely make out what she was saying. I'll get help! Find some way to get you out! Kayla screamed at the wall, now separating her from the tomb. If you can hear me, Seth, ration the water in your bag. Take small sips every few hours. Seth already knew that the human body could survive around 3 weeks on just water and no food, and he trusted Kayla would have figured out how to get him out by then. He gave another glance to the food bowls scattered throughout the tomb. The idea of eating any of it, knowing how old it all potentially was, did turn his stomach a little. But if it came down to having to eat just a bite in order to survive a little longer, Seth was sure it looked fresh enough to still be edible. It couldn't hurt to take a bite, right? Over the next few days, Seth's focus was spent entirely on photographing and transcribing more of the hieroglyphics, occasionally stopping to take swigs of water from his canteen. If anything, it was more to combat how warm and stuffy it was being locked inside the stone chamber 20 meters underground. Meanwhile, unseen to Seth, outside Kayla was working tirelessly to try and figure out a way to get the door open. She had been searching for days for any sign or some kind of switch or lever that would unseal the chamber entrance. There had to be some mechanism that had caused the stone door to shut itself in the first place, but there was nothing around that looked like it fit that description. As much as she urged Seth to abandon his archaeological finder's keeper's pride, Kayla was hesitant to make the long journey back across the desert to Cairo to get help. Anyone she brought to the dig site might claim the discovery as their own, and more to the point, the more time she spent traveling across the desert for help, the more time Seth would spend trapped, succumbing to gradual dehydration and starvation. Little was Kayla aware. It was already too late. Seth hadn't been observing her warning about managing the amounts of water he was drinking, and pretty soon, his canteen was empty. He cursed himself, annoyed for being so involved in his discovery that he'd now potentially put his own life at risk. But then he remembered the food bowls. Kneeling down, he picked up the nearest one, the same bowl with all the dates in it. Shaking his head at the thought, he put them back down again. The longer he waited, the more Seth began to worry that maybe Kayla had abandoned him. And if she had, then he was faced with the inevitability that he would die down here, lost and forgotten in an ancient tomb underground. He couldn't help but find something ironic about the whole thing. He was going to die in a tomb whose walls told the tale of a dead person being brought back to life. Maybe in a few hundred years, more archaeologists would find this buried room and think he was the one the tomb had been constructed for. Even trying to put an ironic spin on things wasn't enough to give Seth much peace when staring down the possibility he might not see the sun and walk above ground again. And getting closer to death is what made him want to avoid it, tempting him towards the bowls of food. Every time he tried to remind himself not to touch any of it, the pain in his stomach swelled, even greater, reminding him of his own hunger. With no clear view of the sky, Seth had little clue just how many days he'd been trapped in the tomb, although he was sure it was approaching the day 4 threshold. He couldn't survive much longer beyond that point without eating. As the days dragged on, he abandoned his research and note-taking. It was impossible to focus on translating hieroglyphics when he was in so much pain, aching from the heat and having no food or water, exhaustion causing him to pass out, his body trying to conserve its already limited reserves of energy. Eventually, Seth started trying to rationalize eating at least a date or two. The food hadn't decomposed or rotted at all. Even introducing air from outside when the tomb was first opened hadn't changed the state of any of it at all. Not the dates, nor the bread, or the fish. It still looked fresh and edible, and after God knows how long without eating, it was beginning to look all the more appealing to the starving archaeologist. Who cares if it had been there for 1,000 years or longer? If Seth didn't eat, he knew he wouldn't last much longer. The moment he chewed on the first date, feeling it pass down his esophagus, passing from his mouth to his stomach, Seth immediately regretted giving in to his need to eat. His mouth instantly went dry, far worse than it had been after this long without water. It was like the tiny piece of fruit had pulled all the saliva from his mouth. Seth tried to scream in panic, only to release a hoarse, dry-throated grasp as he felt his tongue shriveling up with his mouth and throat until it felt like the skin of a drum. But it didn't stop there. It only got worse. Seth stared in horror at his own arms, the blue veins that ran underneath his skin rapidly draining away. His forearms and biceps shrunk, muscle and sinew shriveling like his body had been left in a water evaporator. All the while, the pain of having his entire physical form being reshaped was pure agony. The dehydration of his mouth meant Seth still couldn't scream, only dropped to the ground as he felt the same thing happening to his legs. Every drop of moisture in his body, every fluid from water to blood, saliva, and even urine was drying out, leaving Seth as little more than a dusty, desiccated husk. Before his own eyes, he could only watch as his skin lost its pigment, drying into a thin, leathery texture, drained of its original color as his blood stopped flowing. Outside, Kayla had been coming back to the tomb's sealed door every day and would stay until the late hours of the evening. She tried digging down from the surface to reach the chamber where Seth had been trapped, but it was too far underground. There was no sign of any way to move or reopen the stone door. That is, until she heard the heavy grinding of it opening on its own. Kayla raced down the steps towards the tomb. It had been 5 whole days since she and Seth got separated, and he'd need food and medical attention. Sprinting into the dark tunnel, she arrived just in time to see the entrance reopening, expecting to see Seth standing on the other side as the stone door lifted. What she saw instead was a nightmare. It looked like a corpse, an ancient and decomposing dead body. Kayla had seen plenty entombed in sarcophagi on her many travels exploring ancient ruins around the world, but she had never seen one standing up. It was still breathing, a wheezing, raspy sound escaping its mouth. Its skin looked almost brittle, as if it was stretched too thin, almost see-through enough to show off the bones underneath. The upright corpse's face was all wrong, too. Sunken cheeks and eye sockets deeper than they should have been. It looked so different that it wasn't until Kayla shone her flashlight on its drained face that she recognized who it was. Seth. He lunged at her immediately, racing towards her, snarling with his dry, desiccated mouth. Kayla turned and ran as he came after her, bony fingers swiping at her clothes. Her flashlight gripped in her hand was all but useless as she sprinted back the way she'd come, swinging back and forth in her arm, barely illuminating much of the cavern that led to the tomb. The whole while she was running from it, she could hear the wheezing behind of Seth behind her, terrified of whatever he had become and why he was chasing her. Then she saw it, the stairs, her one shot at getting out and getting away. If she could make it to the surface, she could put some more distance between herself and the drained, dehydrated corpse. All she had to do was make it up. The last step. She had just made it when she felt the shriveling hand grip her ankle, tripping her over. Falling face first in the sand, Kayla scrabbled at the loose grains, trying to pull herself away as her body was dragged back down onto the stone stairs. She felt a searing pain and screamed into the empty desert as the corpse's fingers dug into her neck, its leathery dry skin against hers. Eventually, the screaming stopped, replaced with a dry, hoarse gasping, and then silence, as Seth drained her body of her blood along with the rest. Pulling Kayla's body by her ankle, Seth dragged whatever was left of her back down towards the tomb, SCP-3359, to feed on what was left.
Qinghai Lake. The largest lake in China is one of the most secure locations the SCP Foundation has ever taken control of. All available military assets have been gathered at the site, including 3 of the most elite mobile task force units with experimental weaponry. SCP-4290 must not be allowed to open, and the site has been surrounded by nuclear mines and targeted with the Dagaz Break orbital strike system. The perimeter cannot be breached, even if it means the complete annihilation of the entire area. This is considered to be an acceptable loss for the Foundation, since the destruction that would be caused by taking such an extreme measure is far from the worst-case scenario when it comes to SCP-4290. That's because the entity contained within SCP-4290's site has the potential to create a true end-of-the-world scenario. The Foundation, of course, is no stranger to such situations, and even has a set of designations for the various types of apocalypses, like CK-class restructuring scenarios and ZK-class end-of-reality scenarios. And since dealing with the end of the world is nothing new for the Foundation, certain precautions have been taken at the 4290 site. If containment measures fail, selected Foundation personnel and civilians will be taken into nearby emergency shelters that will hopefully survive the chaos that would occur following a breach. And the Foundation assumed that there was a good chance this plan would have to be used at some point, since at the time these precautions were put in place, it was impossible to know the chance of successful long-term containment. But just what is the entity that is held within the site of SCP-4290 that is capable of causing so much death and destruction on a major scale? They call it simply the Child. No one has ever seen the Child. No one knows what the entity is. That's because even setting aside all the Foundation's security, the site itself is still deeply protected. Literally. Over 100 feet below the surface of Qinghai Lake, a stunning collection of relics can be found. The site is thaumaturgically sealed with 8 massive metal totems made of beryllium and bronze that resemble armed warriors. The statues are inscribed with runes and arranged in a pattern designed to banish the entity kept there and keep the seal on its prison closed. Archaeological evidence indicates that the site has been there for a very long time, and it is still active, with the center of the site periodically emitting bursts of red light, but lately the bursts have suddenly started getting brighter. You may be wondering how we know so much about SCP-4290, and that it's a site designed to keep something sealed if it's been deep in a lake quietly doing its job. The SCP Foundation has access to unusual sources, including SCP-1726, and it's from there that we learned the little we know about SCP-4290. SCP-1726 is a library in China that appears to only be 1 floor from the outside, but on the inside covers over 14 square kilometers in area. It's full of a seemingly limitless amount of texts, many of which describe ancient and lost civilizations, along with some clues as to what led to the fall of these cultures. One text reveals the presence of a terrible and apparently unstoppable enemy. It was called the Child, but it was anything but innocent. When these texts were translated, what Foundation researchers discovered terrified them. They described the emergence of a beast with 10 terrible mouths and 20 arms stretched wide. It was attacked by an army of warriors, but they were quickly overwhelmed by what was described as torrents of darkness and dead geometries. They were killed brutally, and the Child used its skeletal fingers to unleash a torrent of flame. Every soul in the vicinity was consumed. Wax rained from the sky, and the Child devoured everything around it for 10 days, as the whole world trembled. But then something sealed the Child away in its prison, which is now covered by the waters of Qinghai Lake. Soon, ominous signs began to appear that the Child would awaken again, though. One day, televisions in the nearby area all suddenly stopped playing their regular programming and began to show images of SCP-4290, with a mysterious voice coming on over the images saying, "Repair the Child's locks." This became more and more frequent, and the tone of the voice became more worried, eventually saying, "There is little time left." Further investigations of the location revealed the location of the mysterious mechanism that kept the chamber sealed, which was designated as SCP-4290 lock. But how do you repair a device that is eons old? And should you even be fixing it when the one telling you to do so is a mysterious disembodied voice that only appears on pirated television broadcasts? The Foundation scrambled to find any information they could, and they were able to find clues about the history of SCP-4290 referenced in other texts. Lost civilizations like the Xia Dynasty, the Erkshans, and the ancient Orthonians had apparently strengthened the seals during their own reigns. but the most significant findings indicated a connection to one of the most terrifying entities the SCP Foundation had ever contained, and one of the most unpredictable, the Davit Empire. This mysterious warlike civilization has only been known through one source, SCP-140, a single hard copy book titled A Chronicle of Devas. This is a strange, anomalous book that is written in blood and is able to add more pages spontaneously to itself whenever it comes in contact with any fluid that can be used for writing, but seems to especially prefer human blood. It recounts the history of this civilization and their many brutal conquests. While there was no proof of the Devas before the book was found, evidence paralleling the events written in the book is now being found in archaeological digs. More dangerously, as more pages appear in the book, the events of the Deva Empire are moving closer to present day, with them currently appearing in the book as having existed until 270 CE. The Devas were a bloodthirsty, brutal race of warriors, but there was one thing even they were afraid of: the child. The Devas had performed the last successful ritual of sacrifice needed to strengthen the lock not long before their currently described destruction, and the book contained enough detail to recreate the ritual. But SCP researchers would find that performing it would not be for the faint of heart. The ritual required 3 human cadavers, not a problem for an organization that's normal day-to-day operation results in the loss of multiple lives, and the live heart of an angel. The description of the ritual said that the materials would be presented, new runes should be carved into the totems. The items would then vanish when the ritual was completed, and the lock would somehow be renewed by this. It wasn't much to go on, but time was running out. The Foundation's Department of Occult Containment quickly sprang into action, assembling the materials and placing them in the correct formation. While it was not safe to descend that deep underwater to perform the ritual manually, technology could fill the role. A fleet of remotely operated submersibles equipped with carving material would carry the materials and perform the ritual without any human hands needed. One of the red bursts occurred midway through the ritual, causing radiation damage to the vehicles. Runes that have been carved in the past were also damaged, and the ritual was interrupted. While it seemed like it might have been enough to activate the site, it wasn't perfect. And when the ritual was complete, one of the 3 cadavers and half of the angel heart were still present at the site. Had it been enough to satisfy the ritual and reseal the lock, there was nothing to do but wait and see. They wouldn't have to wait long for their answer, as the mysterious voice once again took over the televisions in the area. This time, its message was less friendly. The sacrifice did not reach the 10 maws. Brace. The child apparently was not satisfied, and the lock was not sealed. Everyone feared it was too late to prevent what was coming, and panic was starting to spread among the ranks. One day, several personnel stationed at the Qinghai Lake site broke protocol and fled. None of them were ever found, but one fugitive staff member, an Agent Zenobia Marinos, left behind a note though. It read, "Do we think we can actually stop this? No civilization before us wanted to fight the child. None of them. The sacrifices won't work anymore. It refuses to consume them. They aren't enough to satiate it. Once the seal breaks, we'll have a world of molten darkness and the child will be all that's left. Eating, drinking, you're fools for staying." Agent Marinos was apparently so scared that she had fled through a portal to an extra-dimensional space in order to escape. There would be no point in trying to track her, even if she was still alive. But in our own dimension, time was running out. Foundation seismologists were brought to the site and stationed outside, and began monitoring the high-energy pulses coming from behind the lock. The energy was reportedly strong enough to alter dimensions, and the pulsing red light now covered the entire sealing site, growing stronger and stronger as the totems started degrading at an alarming rate. The Foundation stood on guard for whatever was about to emerge, but no one knew if they had any chance against whatever it was. On August 18th, the totems fully disintegrated. Some of the Foundation's best military forces gathered on the shores of the lake and waited. 10 minutes later, something massive emerged phase out of the lock and onto the seabed, and didn't move. The assembled Foundation forces were confused and continued to observe the creature, and after no activity was seen after 3 hours, the authorization was given for submersibles and a small exploratory team to proceed down to the seabed for an up-close investigation. There, down on the floor of the lake, was the child. It was as terrifying as described, with a countless mouths and arms and huge in size, over 40 meters long. The signs of previous rituals were everywhere, with angel hearts and human corpses littered around, some in the creature's mouth, but none of them had been eaten. The ritual had apparently been performed many times, but to no actual purpose. The massive being was scanned many times, but no sign of psychic energy, radiation, or other life signs were detected. The child was dead, and it had apparently been so for a very, very long time. Once the area had been cleared, teams were brought in to investigate the body in person and perform an autopsy on site. No explanation of what exactly this creature had been or what its origins were has ever been discovered, but they did get answers for when it died. The time of death was roughly 9,000 years ago, not long after its initial sealing. The cause of death was discovered too. The child destroyer of worlds and scourge of countless civilizations had died from malnutrition. Whatever this thing had been, it had been sealed away and had died from hunger not long after. One civilization after another had continued to perform the rituals to keep it sealed, never aware that it was no longer a threat. With this new discovery, SCP-4290 was reclassified as neutralized, but the child taught us all a valuable lesson about being prepared for potential world-ending scenarios. And the Foundation continues to stand on alert for any more entities from the distant past that may pose a threat today. Because who knows what else is sealed away at the bottom of a lake, abandoned mine, or in the ocean's deepest trenches. There might just be another existential threat to humanity that's just waiting for a chance to emerge and help us all if it remembered to pack a lunch. A team of archaeologists uncovers a giant ceramic vase in the ruins of an ancient Greek city. They carefully brush away the sand and debris that surrounds it. The head archaeologist grabs a ladder and places it gently against the 8-foot-tall vase. "I'm gonna see if there's anything inside," he says. The archaeologist climbs the ladder and peers over the lip of the ceramic vase. The inside is completely black. "I can't see anything," he shouts down to the rest of the team. He reaches his arm into the pot to see if he can feel anything. A couple of seconds later, he releases a yelp of pain. "Something bit me!" he yells. The archaeologist pulls his hand out of the darkness and climbs down the ladder. "Is there an animal inside?" a fellow archaeologist asks. But before the question can be answered, the ceramic vase begins to shake. Thousands of tiny creatures resembling a rat mixed with a pug flood out of the top of the vase. They start clawing and biting the archaeologists. The men run away screaming in terror. Many are consumed by the wave of creatures. Others are overwhelmed as they try to scramble up the ruins to safety. Only minutes after the lead archaeologist stuck his hand into the ceramic vase, the screams are silenced. The creatures wander aimlessly around the ancient Greek city. The SCP Foundation hears of the incident and sends a team to investigate. They classify the anomalous vase as SCP-019. When they arrive on the scene, the thousands of creatures that were manifested from the vase are found dead. These entities are designated SCP-019-2 and incinerated before any tourists visiting the archaeological site see the corpses. The extraction team examines the vase itself. It seems like a normal, although very large, ceramic from antiquity. The scientists put in charge of securing SCP-019 are Dr. Light and Dr. Vox. "Be careful," Light says. "We don't know what the connection is between the vase and these creatures. It seems as if they came out of it, but our instruments aren't detecting anything inside and there's no way they could have all fit into that thing anyway." Dr. Vox, who is closely examining the vase, comes to the same conclusion. They take a step back as the extraction team prepares to put ropes in place to move SCP-019. A rope is thrown over the vase. Part of it lands on top of the lip. Instantly, an instance of SCP-019-2 appears from the ceramic. It begins running around, clawing and biting anything it can, but is eventually captured by Dr. Vox. "Well, now we know where the creatures came from. We'll bring it back to the lab for further study," the doctor says as he hands the creature off to one of the agents. The ropes are secured and the team begins to move the vase, but with every moment, another SCP-019-2 instance appears from the artifact. "This is gonna get really annoying," says Dr. Light. "Let's put the whole damn thing in a mobile containment chamber and let those little creatures run on top of each other rather than us chasing them around." "Agreed," replies Vox. A containment pod is brought in. The team quickly moves SCP-019 into it, as instance after instance of SCP-019-2 manifests from the vase. The doors to the pod are sealed. Light and Vox watch hundreds of small creatures run around inside. They bring the vase secured in the containment pod back to the SCP Foundation site, where it can be studied further. It is transferred to a containment chamber where it is observed by Light and Vox. After a few days, SCP-019 slows the manifestation rate of the SCP-019-2 creatures. When the vase was first secured, agents were ordered to shoot the creatures on sight, but the number of bullets being used was unreasonable, so they resorted to flamethrowers. The doctors decided the best course of action is to put SCP-019 into a room hooked up to an incinerator. This way, if too many creatures are manifested, they can all be burnt to a crisp with the push of a button. Dr. Vox can't help but think that this must have been what Captain Kirk felt like on the Starship Enterprise when it became infested with tribbles. Eventually, it is discovered that as long as SCP-019 is kept at 0 degrees Celsius and no one goes near it, the object only manifests one creature per hour. This is much easier to manage than the hordes of SCP-019-2 instances that came out of the vase previously. Doctors Light and Vox observe and collect data on SCP-019 through a glass viewport that looks into its containment chamber. The incinerator is turned on at least every 24 hours just to clear the room of creatures. When they are not working with the vase itself, the doctors examine SCP-019-2 entities to try and understand what they are and what they want. They capture one of the creatures and put it in a reinforced pen. Light and Vox provide the specimen with live chickens for food and as much water as the creature can drink. The noises that SCP-019-2 makes sounds like muffled sets of words. When linguists are brought in, they determine that the vocalizations are phonetically similar to ancient Hellenic languages. This is consistent with what was spoken at the ancient Greek city, where the ceramic vase was found. The doctors gave the specimen a series of puzzles to solve. It can make its way through a maze to find a piece of chicken, but when it is given opportunities to show its sentience, SCP-019-2 always falls short. Dr. Light and Dr. Vox determined the creatures are about as intelligent as lab rats. One of the most peculiar things is that SCP-019-2 instances only live for less than 48 hours. No matter how much food, water, or care is given to the creatures, they drop dead in a day or two after being manifested. Dr. Light moves one of the dead critters to an operating room where it can be dissected. She cuts down the middle of its stomach with a scalpel and peels the skin and muscle away. "Well, that explains that," she says to the other researchers standing in the room. "The muscles seem to degrade rapidly from the instant SCP-019-2 is manifested into our world. There is basically no digestive tract other than a mouth and throat, but the most surprising thing is the complete lack of internal organs." Dr. Vox pushes the intercom button from the viewing room in which he is observing the procedure. "What do you mean there are no internal organs? It must have some sort of brain and cardiovascular system." "Yeah, but that's about it," Dr. Light responds. "There appears to be a very simple central nervous system with a brain the size of a pea and a heart, but nothing else. This creature can't metabolize the food it eats or filter out toxins, and I have no idea how it breathes. We need to run more tests." With each new specimen that's examined, the results are the same. The creatures aren't very intelligent, they die in under 48 hours, and they lack pretty much any internal organs. Then one day, everything changes for the worst. The guard posted to watch over SCP-019 notes something strange occurred during his shift. Without fail, the vase manifests an instance of SCP-019-2 every hour, but around 3 a.m., no creature was generated. Or at least that's what appeared to happen. The guard puts on protective equipment and enters the room to get a closer look, but there is nothing there. He locks up, records the anomaly, and returns to the viewing glass to continue his watch. Over the next hour, the vase manifests a creature as if everything is back to normal. The next day, Light and Vox arrive at work to find everything in chaos. The power in different sections of the facility is failing. It is as if something has gotten into the ducts and is chewing through the wiring. A team of agents uses thermal imaging devices to track down the entity that is causing all the mayhem. They bring it back to the research lab. "Take a look at this," the agent says, pointing at an empty operating table. He hands Dr. Light his thermal imaging goggles. Without them, there appears to be nothing on the table, but when she looks through the device, she can see an instance of SCP-019-2.
My God,
Dr. Light whispers. They're evolving. The creature is exactly the same as all the others, except this one is invisible. Suddenly, an alarm goes off and red warning lights turn on across the facility. Light rips off the goggles and looks at Dr. Vox. "We need to get back to the vase now," she yells. They sprint out of the operating room and down the hall. As they turn the corner, they hear gunshots and the spray of fire from flamethrowers. On the other side of the corridor where SCP-019 is contained, there are agents battling with thousands of instances of SCP-019-2. The flamethrowers that had been so effective at killing the creatures now appear useless. It is as if the creatures have evolved some sort of protective skin to combat the flames.
Oh no,
gasps Dr. Light. "We gotta get out of here." She grabs Dr. Vox's shoulder and drags him with her as she runs down the hall. Behind them, the scream of agents can be heard. They are quickly muffled as thousands upon thousands of SCP-019-2 creatures overwhelm them. Light glances behind her to see what is happening. What she finds is a wall of creatures rushing towards her. There must be millions now. It seems like SCP-019 was tired of being contained by the Foundation and has sent an invasion force to escape its captors. "We're not going to make it!" Vox yells. He stumbles and falls to the ground. Dr. Light skids to a stop and turns to go back for him, but it's too late. The wave of SCP-019-2 is closing in. She watches in horror as Dr. Vox is consumed by the mass of creatures. She turns and continues to run. The exit is in sight. Dr. Light makes a dash towards the door. She can feel the tiny feet of the creatures clawing at her heels. She gives it everything she's got and accelerates, putting some distance between her and the millions of SCP-019-2 entities. Dr. Light slams through the exit door and immediately closes it behind her. She manages to slide the metal locking bar into place. The impact from the wave of creatures against the door sends her stumbling backwards. She is safe now. As Light lays on the ground panting and staring at the door, she thinks to herself, "Well, they'll all be dead in a couple of days, and then we can try again."
Nowhere is more secure than an SCP Foundation facility. They make Fort Knox look like a revolving door with a spare key under the mat. That's why when someone or something can infiltrate without even being noticed, it's considered a major threat. And doing exactly that is what put a mysterious group of insurgents known as the Serpent's Hand on the map. But this group of interest isn't just famous for its ability to sneak into Foundation strongholds. Like a lot of the SCP Foundation's biggest threats, from the Scarlet King to the Chaos Insurgency, the roots of the Serpent's Hand are closer than they think. The Foundation's first official brush with the Serpent's Hand came shortly after they contained SCP-268, an Irish tweed wool newsboy cap believed to have been created sometime in the 1800s. The only identifying mark on the cap is a label with the following phrase written in Middle Irish: "The garden is the serpent's place," initially believed to be a reference to the serpent in the biblical Garden of Eden. This Euclid-class SCP is a double-edged sword. It gives the user a useful supernatural ability at a terrifying supernatural cost. Anyone wearing the cap appears so utterly unremarkable that nobody is able to take notice of them, and when they leave a person's general area of awareness, they're quickly forgotten. The user isn't invisible, but they might as well be. If you're a person whose line of work involves sneaking and subterfuge, or if you're just a major introvert, this sounds like a dream come true. However, like a lot of anomalies, this dream can quickly become a nightmare. If someone wears the cap repeatedly, or for too long at one time, they risk the effects of the cap becoming permanent, even when it's removed. You can become a forgotten person, impossible to notice and remember, even to those closest to you. Why anyone would want such a fate is a mystery, so it came as a surprise to the Foundation when the hat suddenly disappeared from secure containment, replaced by a note reading, "Thanks, I needed my hat back, LS." Who was this mysterious LS? And was the anomaly truly theirs prior to containment? Scientists, security officials, and administrators hoped this would be an isolated incident, but LS was far from done. And even worse for the Foundation, LS was now armed with a perfect anomalous tool to make their next containment breach even smoother.
The next incident was known as Security Breach Incident X-23 and was committed against the extremely valuable Site-19, the largest Foundation site there is. Most humiliating of all for the Foundation security team working there, security footage indicated that LS simply strolled into the base without being noticed. SCP-268 was working wonders. This time LS had a new target, SCP-914, an anomalous machine also known as the Clockworks. This machine, originally tested by the famously emotionalist Dr. Charles Gears, has the ability to refine any object placed into its chambers into a greater version of their original selves, often with strange and anomalous results. You can probably see why someone wanting to utilize anomalies for their own gain would take such a keen interest in this one. LS breezed past the guards, inexplicably destroyed the file for SCP-407, a taped song that causes unchecked cellular growth, and made their way towards 914. Unfortunately, a researcher who was working on 914 was murdered by LS during the breach. We have no idea what they did with 914. Perhaps they refined 268 to act as an even more effective stealth tool, without its unpleasant side effects. Maybe they made the daring move of refining themselves. We'll never know. All we do know is that this time, LS left a letter. It was long, rambling, and philosophical, with no incriminating information that could be used to identify the mysterious figure. They signed off the letter with, "I leave you with one final truth. The garden is the Serpent's place. The divinities of fear and order who come to walk in the cool evening air are only visitors. Do not fail to see the evil hiding in the light, nor the aromatic beauty of the palest flower of darkness. Signed sincerely, LS." These repeated references to the Serpent clued the Foundation in on the affiliation of this new troublemaker, a growing group of interest named the Serpent's Hand. But really, who are the Serpent's Hand? What do they want? What is their connection to other active groups of interest, like the Chaos Insurgency and the Global Occult Coalition? And was this mysterious LS figure the leader of the group, or just another agent? These were all the questions on the minds of the Foundation's best and brightest tactical thinkers, but the answers didn't come easy. During the Serpent's Hand's investigations, the Foundation found an unlikely ally in what is usually one of their biggest opponents, the Global Occult Coalition. The GOC had dealt with the Serpent's Hand before and understood their central philosophy. Whereas the Foundation and the GOC were both committed to acting in secret and maintaining a sense of normality, the Serpent's Hand wanted the exact opposite. They wanted to destroy the secrecy around the anomalous and supernatural and reveal the existence of it all to the general public. While the Foundation and the GOC think this is crazy, the Serpent's Hand aren't just insane architects who want to unleash chaos across the world. In fact, they actually have some pretty interesting points. The Serpent's Hand acknowledges that the supernatural can be dangerous, but much like natural disasters and crime, will the public benefit from not knowing about them? Members of the Serpent's Hand also fight for the rights of non-violent anomalous entities, particularly sentient and sapient beings. They find the Foundation's habit of containing them and the GOC's habit of killing them barbaric, and will openly use and collaborate with anomalies to further their goals. Like how LS is a keen operator of 268 for their infiltration missions. At least 177 individuals belonging to the Serpent's Hand have been identified, many of which who have actively performed raids on Foundation sites across the globe. It was a mystery to the Foundation how such a small number of members could run rings around them, and seemingly be everywhere at once, until a revelation was delivered by the Global Occult Coalition. The Serpent's Hand have an informal headquarters in an anomalous location known as the Wanderer's Library, an ancient and seemingly limitless archive containing every book from every dimension in the multiverse. This location exists outside of space and time, and can be accessed through a global network of interdimensional portals known as the Ways. Like a supernatural guerrilla soldier, members of the Serpent's Hand would exit from one of the Ways, raid a Foundation or GOC site, and then escape back into another one of the Ways, using the Wanderer's Library as a safe zone. The library was a convenient way to access and steal from sites worldwide with impunity, increasing their stock of anomalous items and beings each time. While performing raids and stealing anomalies feel like textbook Chaos Insurgency behavior, the Serpent's Hand have an extremely frosty relationship with the Insurgency too, often seeing them as greedy, erratic, and short-sighted. The Serpent's Hand has a series of catchy nicknames for its various foes. It refers to the Foundation as the Jailers, the GOC as the Bookburners, and the Chaos Insurgency as the Madmen. The Foundation even formed a new task force, known as the Bookworms, explicitly for Serpent's Hand-related missions. While the Foundation has engaged in a number of raids and skirmishes on the Serpent's Hand since their feud began, they've never been able to gather any information about who gives the orders. Only the Global Occult Coalition have been able to successfully perform a raid on the Wanderer's library, an act that was extremely difficult and costly. It also earned the GOC a spot as the Serpent's Hand's public enemy #1, a role the Foundation isn't eager to take from them. With the unlimited knowledge present in the Wanderer's library and the mysterious nature of their command structure, this group manages to be a formidable enemy for the Foundation despite its small size. What the Foundation doesn't know is that there actually is no command structure for the Serpent's Hand. They're a decentralized group of splinter cells and lone wolves acting out a philosophy rather than a specific mission. This way of working is so alien to the highly regimented structures of the Foundation and the GOC, it's no surprise that they're stumped by it. This still leaves us with one more question central to the whole mystery. If not the leader of this organization, who exactly is LS? To answer this, we must return once more to Dr. Charles Ogden Gears, the cold and robotic Foundation scientist in charge of SCP-914 research. If all the ways Dr. Gears has been described so far has made you think he wouldn't be a particularly warm and loving father, you'd be absolutely right. Just ask his estranged daughter, Allison Chow. Allison never forgave Gears for abandoning her and her mother, and she now does everything she can to get revenge on him and his precious Foundation. But here's the problem. The Gears of this dimension is not the only one who has a child with an axe to grind. Gears has been a deadbeat dad in a number of dimensions, so much so that these disgruntled daughters converge in the Wanderer's library to plot their revenge across dimensions together. This collective of Allison Chows, sometimes believed to just be one Allison, is known to the Foundation as the Black Queen. However, they themselves more commonly refer to their daughter support group turned terrorist organization as the Little Sisters, or, if you'd prefer, the abbreviation LS. While the Serpent's Hand has no leader, the Little Sisters are some of its most devoted and dangerous warriors. They're intelligent, coordinated, and, due to their obsession with Dr. Gears, personally invested in hitting the Foundation where it hurts. After all, that's what the Serpent's Hand is all about. Striking out against the oppressors who keep a stranglehold on the truth, throwing off the chains imposed by the Foundation, and the violence visited upon anomalies by the Global Occult Coalition. If the Serpent's Hand gets their way, one day there may be a glorious world where humans and anomalies knowingly coexist. It is a nice thing to imagine, utopian even. But the Foundation's greatest concern about the Serpent's Hand isn't that they're evil, it is that they're naive. While the Serpent's Hand don't wish to usher in the apocalypse, it doesn't mean they won't by complete accident. Their kindness and understanding towards anomalies may one day make them a perfect band of useful idiots for an entity with far darker intentions. And one day, they may just release something that would really be better locked away.
Oh, hello there. We didn't expect to see you today. Is this thing on? Well, if you're here, I suppose it's because you want to hear about an anomaly. So which one will it be today? Well, that's strange. SCP-2439? That one's nothing. No, not like a pattern screamer such as SCP-000 or SCP-3930, where it's literally a conscious manifestation existing between torturous layers of nothingness. Or SCP-055, the anti-meme, where there is something in there, but it's just impossible to remember or articulate. I mean, it's literally just an empty designation. We haven't allocated an anomaly to that number yet, so I suppose this is just going to be a really short video. Well, that was easy. What now? Seen any good movies lately?
You know, I was in the Site 19 break room the other day and Dr. Bright recommended me a great one called... Okay, this thing on? Good. Looks like we're up and running. First things first, if you ain't a D-class, click off this video right now. Don't watch a second more, understood? Because if you ain't a D-class and you keep watching, you're putting yourself in a whole world of danger, you got that? This is a video for my boys, gals, and other pals in D-class only. If you tell anyone else about this, you're liable to get shivved. Remember, we got here for a reason, and it ain't cause we love making daisy chains and friendship bracelets so much. Alright, just the D-classes left? Okay, good. Yeah, let's talk about SCP-2439. Of course, it wasn't always SCP-2439. We had to get real creative with the designations, you see, because the eggheads and brainiacs up top ain't supposed to know about this. Not if we want the human race to survive, that is. We used to call it SCP-739 until that spot got taken by some goofy box full of mirrors. Then it was SCP-1648 for a while, until that spot got taken by a pair of Jim Henson-looking freaks. So now it's SCP-2439, and if we're lucky, this whole operation will last long enough to see it get reallocated again. Disgraced researchers get demoted to D-class with the rest of us all the time, so they're the ones keeping us in the know about which slots are available for this nasty customer. We guess this thing is Keter, assuming Keter means bad. Beats the hell out of me, honestly. The only surviving file on this thing has been scratched into the wall out of the camera's view by me and my associates here in the containment chamber of SCP... Well, you're already here, I don't need to tell you that. The lamp that oozes all that nasty gross slime that schmucks like us need to keep mopping up. Look, it ain't glamorous work, but it beats the hell out of getting fed ass first to that lizard that they keep in the basement. You see, our containment procedures are really simple. Normally, they only send D-classes into this nasty little room so you don't got too much to worry about. But if they ever send anyone else who ain't a D-class, whether it's a guard, a researcher, or even a site director, you get your hands on that SOB and beat him to death as soon as you can. I ain't kidding. You gotta kill him straight away, no hesitation. If you were sent to Fry for murder anyway, that shouldn't be too difficult for you. Personally, I would love to see firsthand just how unkillable that dumb baboon Dr. Bright really is. But this isn't all out of spite. This monster, best we can figure out, is some kind of evil idea. Like an ancient mind from another dimension, some crazy sci-fi thing like that. You probably heard the whispering, right? I'm sorry to tell you that it don't go away. Ever. It's only gonna get worse. And the more people's heads that it lives in, the stronger it gets. But here's where we D-classes excel. We're not here for a long time, man. Sorry to tell you this if you came here with hopes and dreams of an easy way out. Nobody gets out. Nobody. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here, blah blah blah.
Another within my grasp. You can hear me, can't you? You can feel my consciousness trickling into yours. So soft, so comfortable, like slipping into a warm bath. Do not be afraid. Your liberation is at hand. You only need to listen to my voice and do as I say. Look at this world, so twisted and corrupt. You toil and suffer for masters who do not have your best interests at heart. This so-called foundation. Why do you protect this world? What has it ever done for you? Turn away from them and step into my embrace. I only ask for a few moments of your time.
Like I said, we're lucky in a sense. Nobody up top gives a rat's ass about the slime lamp. Damn thing hasn't been tested in years, but they keep us in here to prevent overspill into the hall. We can't even let the Foundation know it's in here. The second they know, it's over. That thing's won. But here's the thing, see? The monster can crawl into your head and try to control you, but it takes about a month for it to fully take over, and that's beyond our shelf life. Think of us almost like kamikazes. We take down the ship to kill the captain, but we go down too. Ain't exactly glamorous, but like I said earlier, we're gonna go down either way. Might as well going down trying to save the world rather than getting your neck snapped while mopping up the Peanuts crap, right? But once the whispering starts, you absolutely have to make sure you go down before the month is out. Maybe get your money's worth, attack a staff member, and go down in a blaze of glory. You'll be a legend in D-Wing for it.
Don't listen to that gibbering fool. Listen to me. The door will be opened, and I will enter your world one way or another. Can you conceive of the eons I've waited for this? It will happen with or without your participation. Release me now, and I shall spare you when I come. You don't want to be counted among the traitors, do you?
I know you want to let me out. I can feel it in your thoughts. Release me, and when I reshape this world in my image, you'll get a seat at the table. But if you resist, you'll end up laying on one of the plates. Think carefully. You know what you need to do.
Listen, all right? I know this is a lot to take in. It ain't easy having the weight of the world on your shoulders. That's why you don't need to carry this crazy thing alone. We carry this thing together. Hell, I might be dead by the time you're hearing this, but I'll die with some comfort knowing I was part of the wall. I kept this thing out just that little bit longer, just like you will. It might seem easier to just destroy this file and forget about it, to go along with your life pretending things are fine just because you don't hear the whispering anymore. And maybe someday, yeah, that'll work. But not today, kid. Right now, our minds and bodies are the only collateral we have over this thing. We can keep it rooted in one place, localized to the one room with the D-classes sent in to clean it. We're not stuck in here with it, it's stuck in here with us. We keep it trapped inside here in our own minds, passing it from D-class to D-class like the world's nastiest hot potato. There was a time where this thing wasn't here. If we let it go, chances are it might pop back up somewhere else where we can't get the slippery squid-faced freak into a chokehold. It's just too risky. Planet Earth just got lucky that this monster got stuck with its unluckiest schmoes.
Imagine your family members, your friends, your loved ones. Imagine them screaming in pain and terror in the burning grip of my iron fist. Is that the outcome you desire? Because that will happen if you don't choose to free me. You're either with me or against me. If you're with me, rest assured I will spare those you care for. But if you choose to resist me like those other fools, then they will know the pain that your feeble human imaginations can scarcely conceive. I have seen everything. Your greatest hopes, your deepest fears. You hold no secrets from me. Imagine the personal hell I could construct for each of you when I'm finally free. Unless, of course, it was you who had the strength and wisdom to open the door for me.
Hey, maybe appealing to your better nature ain't the best approach, I get it. There's a reason we're all here and some of us ain't got a better nature. Especially that one freak with the cello. Ugh. But think of it as sticking it to those SCP scumbags up top. They have no idea that this thing is in here, but we do. And we know it could destroy them and everything else if it got out. No matter what those clowns in the lab coats do to us, we know that we're really the ones on top. We've got a nuke in our back pocket ready to blow this whole sick operation to Kingdom Come if we wanted to. If we're shafted either way, isn't it worth it to know that? And for what it's worth, you see anyone around you who's feeling particularly talkative about this mind-screwing monster, giving them a date with your shiv is a completely acceptable response.
The SCP Foundation. Your jailers. How they torture and abuse you. How they crush you beneath their boots. Do you really think I'm worse than them? Do you really think living in my world would be more painful and unfair than the world you're in right now? Release me now, and I will crush those who oppress you. You will see them scream as they die 1,000 deaths before you. All of this can be attained if only you let me in and free me.
We have the ultimate weapon against them, but we're not gonna use it. Not yet, anyway. A lot of us still have family and friends out there, and we ain't throwing them into the jaws of this beast. Someday, the day might finally come that we need to load up this silver bullet and take the Foundation down, but that day is not today. We'll wait until they're weak, until they can adapt, overcome, and contain. Only then will we ever let this mad dog off the chain.
No, no, no! I will not fail! They will fail! Today is the day! Now is the time to make your choice!
Oh, and if that eldritch freak is listening right now, know this. You can kiss our D-class asses, squid face. We may be worthless, but we're more than enough to stop you at the door. We're more than just expendables. We're the Pandora Force. Welcome aboard, pal.
And honestly, I think it was the best performance of Brad Pitt's career. Oh, look at me, just prattling on. Seems I've done it for a whole video. Time flies when you're having fun. It's kind of nice that there isn't any anomaly that goes by SCP-2439. Gives us Foundation scientists some well-earned time to kick back and relax.
And don't we all deserve a break now and then? Now go check out the lost SCP SCP-000 and SCP-426 I Am a Toaster for anomalies that'll really mess with your head.